Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another edition of Publicly Buzzed Live on a Friday night, late night edition, per usual on a Friday. What's going on, Dan?
Yo, yo. What's up, everybody?
What are you doing tonight?
I just cracked my second beer for the evening. As usual, the 16-point IPA, or IPA, Drunk Turkey might say.
Yes, it's not IPA, it's IPA?
It's IPA, yeah. But yeah, ready for a fun stream.
Hell yeah.
Good to see everybody in chat. Already popped up 37 up in here. The fam.
Really? Holy crap. That's a lot of people already hanging out in here. Welcome, guys. Hope everybody's having a good Friday. Hope everybody's about to be prepared for a weekend. A good Friday. We're heading into Easter. Hope everybody's prepared for Easter. Yeah, thank you everyone for hanging here. We just missed Russ.
Yeah, I saw that we missed Russ. I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, Russ was just hanging out in chat, and we missed it. Russ, please come back, buddy. And then also I see the Wandering Orphan is signed up for another month here. Thank you very much, Wandering Orphan.
I think Sammy said that he was called into a show last night.
What is it?
Sammy said, yeah. She said she got to talk to him.
What? Where was he calling in at?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Yeah, so she said he was on a live call in chat that we all did last month. Oh wait, no, never mind.
No, she's talking about she's talking
about this show. Yeah. I read it wrong. My bad.
Pookie, what's up? Amanda, Juliet, Heather, Sam, again, Willow, Sandra, Happy Tappy. Hell yeah, everybody. Kimberly, Unravel. Everybody hanging out. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to be going over again. This is going to be the part 2 of last week's stream, going into the Christchurch, some Doug Wilson stuff. Didn't really completely go over all I wanted to last week, and that stream did really well, and everybody was really interested in that stuff. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on in Moscow, so I thought I would just kind of touch on that again this week and keep the ball rolling. Rich Buddy, Dago, still got peeps piling up in here. Spider Baby, hell yes. Yeah, Russ was a call-in on the first ever call-in night, and I mean, I made an entire video. There's a video. Go and watch the video labeled, what was it? Caller sees the devil on, and it was talking about, no, the caller talks about the devil and acid and tripping acid. Yeah. Yep. It was an amazing call. Sharona.
It was really fun.
This chat is insane right now. Janie, Susie, holy shit, how many people are in here right now?
55, 57.
Holy crap. Wow, thank you guys so much. This is nuts. We ain't even got rolling yet. As you roll in, hit that like. That really helps us out. Gets this thing out in the algorithm, guys. And yeah, holy crap. Friday night is the time to be here. If you're going to pick a night to come, it's going to be tonight. Hell yes. This is amazing.
Oh, shit. Sorry to hear that, Heather. Hopefully he's feeling better. El Guapo's not feeling
I hate to hear
awesome.
that. Yeah. I was on El Guapo's channel last Saturday. It was a good hang. Let me jump over here. Actually, real quick, we'll do this off the top of the hours. I don't have a name. A mysterious fan, a follower, a friend of this show sent us a really cool thing.
Oh yeah, this is awesome.
This is probably one of the coolest things I personally have ever received. I think Dan probably agrees.
Yeah, this is really cool.
I'm going to show these off. Somebody sent this to us through the mail. I'm going to show them off. And these are all done by hand, folks.
Mountain Mama out the gate with a gift to Kristen. A mod got gifted. Nice.
Look at these dank ass hats.
Check that out.
And again,
they're handmade.
Sent these.
It's fucking dope, dude.
These are fucking amazing.
They did a really good job with them.
Like, they are blowing my mind.
Yeah, good art. And their hand looks like they're hand drawn.
Like they're unique
on there. Yep.
As hell.
Yeah, each one's different. They're all cool.
How dang
one's on a motorcycle.
And Dan's got a couple at his house too. They're probably downstairs, but yeah, dude.
Yeah, I got a couple in the other room there.
Yeah, we wanted to thank the person that sent that live on the air. They did want to remain anonymous, and yeah, thank you so much. That was one of the coolest things I've ever personally received in
Yeah,
my
honestly,
entire life.
we really appreciate it. It's really cool.
And that's awesome, Mountain Mama. Thank you for sending that out. Kristen, hell yeah. Yes, Russ was here. Oh yeah,
Yep.
and Dago. I was hanging out when Dago's there for a minute today. Yes, thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, Sylvia popping in here too. Mark Pash. Jesus Christ, I just keep seeing new names. Let me move over here to the internet though. Anybody that did not see last week's stream, please go and check that out. It is the sixth conspiracy stream. It's labeled 666. I just redid this one 666 times 2 because it's the exact same subject matter. The next one probably will be number 7. But again, last week's was on this exact same thing. I have another interview that we may dabble into a little bit with Lorena here. She was on last week's stream, but I have a few other things that I did want to touch on last week that we didn't get to. This is an article by Vice that is on the Christ Church. And anybody that isn't familiar, Christ Church in the town of Moscow, Idaho, is basically trying to scoop up all the businesses. And I mean, they're not even being shy about it. They're openly, and I've got an interview here from NBC. Actually, so he was on NBC about 6 months ago, and it's even titled, trying to make, pastor seeks to make Moscow, Idaho a Christian town. They're not even being quiet about it. They want to make this entire area, a more of a conservative Christian town, to their beliefs, which are pretty, wild actually, when you really start to look in some of the stuff that Douglas Wilson pushes. He's got again, we fell into this story by complete accident last week, didn't we, Dan?
Yeah.
We were covering the Brady Giglio stuff that was going on. Ran into the face mask COVID story, and this family right here is currently suing the city of Moscow, and one of the police officers, the first police officer that actually appeared on the scene for the Idaho 4, Gunderson. So Shane Gunderson. So that's how we actually ran into this story, and I've been kind of digging into this, and there's a lot of conspiracy stuff online about this guy and about this. I don't know if you want to call it conspiracy. I mean, it's he's open about it. Like he's open about how wild is one of the craziest things from last week that we was talking about. He thinks that slaves were better off when they were slaves. That's a pretty wild accusation to make, and he even tries to back it up. Again, he believes women should be in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. Very old school, traditional Christian type beliefs from this man. But yeah, I thought we would go over some more of that tonight. Rather, I'm sure we'll dive off into a slew of who knows what the hell. But one thing I did want to dive into right here is this Vice article, though. Inside the church that preaches wives need to be led with a firm hand. So let me just get comfortable here. This is a pretty long article I'm going to go through here. And anytime you want me to stop, Dan, let me know.
All right.
You want to talk about anything?
Just a quick shout out to Janine with the $1.49 super sticker from earlier.
Shit, yeah. I haven't even got to look at chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, chat is bumping tonight.
Yeah.
This is amazing, guys. Appreciate the hell out of that. Thank you very much. Yeah, as I start reading through this thing, as people start rolling in, again, let them know. Hit that like, guys. Get this thing going. Get your drink ready, because here we go. Whatever Vice floats your boat.
Oh, I bought some. I don't know if you've seen them. I just happened to see them at the corner store when I was checking out with my beer today. It's Crown and Coke in a can, like little 12-ounce cans.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
I bought some of them. I'm
Are they pretty good?
Tonight. I haven't had one yet. They weren't in they were like at the counter, so they were warm.
Oh shit! So it isn't cold yet. Hopefully, get cold before end of the show.
Oh, they will.
You got them in the fridge now. Cool.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, we'll go in here. In 2000, Jean, then 16 years old, moved with her mother to Moscow, Idaho. And this is already a very similar story out the gate to the Lorena. Last week, I know we didn't finish. This is a completely different podcast that she's on, but last week we listened to a pretty good portion of an interview with her, and she kind of goes over, she was brought to Moscow by her parents at a young age, even younger than this girl who came at 16. Again, the family kind of fell into the religion that is ran by Douglas Wilson. And again, this, if over the last few years, Douglas Wilson ended up in Moscow, Idaho in 1989 and has just been expanding and building since then. But in general, they're sweeping across, they've come into the East Coast now. They have a lot of different areas that they're moving towards. So, I mean, if they're trying to do this in Moscow, Idaho, imagine what the ultimate goal probably would be. I mean, they're probably long hauling it, right? Deep thought down the years. I mean, many generations down the time. In 2000, Jean, then 16 years old, moved with her mother to Moscow, Idaho after her parents separated. Men and children, prompted by an email from Christ Church, met them at their new home, a split-level rental, to unload the moving truck. Their new city was a beautiful place, says Jean, where flowers bloom in curated beds. Christmas lights are up year-round, and police still ride bicycles. Moscow is a university town, most notably anchored. Actually, hold on, I can make this a little bit bigger too. Yeah, Moscow is an idyllic university town, most notably anchored by the University of Idaho, dotted by historic buildings, and known for its thriving art scene. The in-town, and again, yeah, the actual town of Moscow, as we've learned over the last few months, right? It is a party town, more or less, because of the university that's there, and just, right across state line is WSU, another big university. So there's a lot. It's a liberal town.
Yeah.
With a huge, massive church stuck in the middle of it that wants to change everything. The in-town farmers market is populated by friendly, well-known Kirkers, local shorthand for members of the Mother Kirk, the nickname for Christ Church, which boasts about 900 congregants in the town of 25,000. Christ Church is a communal ecosystem unto itself, with affiliated institutes throughout Main Street and the business district. K through 12 Logo School, a publishing house. Canon Press, which is and I mean, this isn't his, but last week I was watching some of this actual Doug Wilson has their own press. It's a YouTube channel. It's called Canon Press, and it's actually fairly large. It's got 80,000 followers just on the YouTube. And he gets some pretty decent views too. And I thought this was actually pretty interesting. He did this interview with NBC about, trying to turn Moscow into a Christian church. And then this right here is actually him talking about what you didn't see, what NBC didn't show you. So I thought maybe if we get into that, who knows where it would go. But yeah, he's got a lot going on. There's a lot of money here. He has a giant house on a big hill. They've been, again, this is one of the, and I saw a lot of people from last week when I made the comment, what is it? The teal? If you're in this church, you've got to put so much money forth.
Oh yeah.
I've seen a lot of people saying that's not unusual. That's not an unusual thing in churches,
right?
But this
and
is
it's not right. Yeah,
right. That's not. But this is probably one of those situations where they're going to definitely want a lot more than just a little bit.
Yep.
The way it seems, and from firsthand experience.
And I would imagine they probably have some shady ways about going about getting the money they want to.
Yeah. Jean and her mother hadn't joined Christ Church before they arrived, but Jean had plans to attend New St. Andrews. She thought it was like any number of religiously affiliated schools, and that Christ Church was just another church. It is such a sweet town, said Jean. You'd never guess there was such hatred. Mother Kirk can be a joyous, faithful community, but the conservative congregation also is at odds with Moscow's more liberal population. Depending upon whom you ask, the town hosts either a Calvinist utopia or a patriarchal cult in which women must submit or face discipline at home or at church. Again, what we were mentioning earlier. At the center of all of this is notoriously controversial figure Douglas Wilson, who is at the bed of what we're talking about the last 2 weeks, folks, and the firebrand pastor who's been presiding over his Mother Kirk fiefdom for more than 40 years. I've never seen that word in my life. To learn about...
Where was it at? I missed it. What was it? Oh, fiefdom. Yeah. I don't know what that is.
To learn about Christ Church culture, of abuse and social control, Vice has interviewed 12 former and current church members and Logo students and reviewed court and medical documents, church correspondence, and business filings. Ex-Kirkers describe a punitive community in which women are told they must defer to church leaders and cannot say no to their husbands. Men are taught to strictly control their homes, and those who speak out can be isolated and harassed. During Gene's first year...
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Fiefdom, an area over which someone exercises control as or in the manner of a feudal lord.
Whoa. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Pastor who's been presiding over Mother Kirk. Wow.
Yep. And while we got a short break,
Lord Wilson.
Sunk Kitten 419 sent us a 99-cent super sticker. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Let me pop that bad boy up. Yeah, I'm not getting to look at a lot of the chat right now, guys. Just trying to get into the story, but I appreciate the hell out of that Sunk Kitten. Thank you very much. Hell yeah. Thank you all for being here. Seriously. That's dope as hell. People are invested right now in some Christ Church. It's an interesting story, though.
It is, yeah.
During Gene's first year, and again, completely ran into this by accident. Not the first person to talk about this either. During Gene's first year as a non-patriot, calculating student at a new St. Andrew's Christ Church's college of about 150 students. She met a charming, handsome upperclassman. His father was a deacon at Mother Kirk. By her second year, they started dating, and soon he said he wanted to marry her. And there seems like there's a lot of abuse and physical altercations in these relationships after these start really rolling. And some of the stuff that I've been really looking over. Again, the interview here with this lady, she was mentioning it with her parents even, and with somebody that she ended up getting with that was with the church before she ended up escaping. But in another story that I was reading also about a lady that escaped the church after years and years and years of abuse. She actually started talking to the elders about what was happening, and basically they just told her, you're the man's property, and he's to do with you as he wants at any time he wants. And he was doing some really, really, I'm not even going to mention them here, but extremely graphic sexual nature things to her that is not even normal in the realm of like a husband-wife type thing. And yeah, and she ran away, and then she was still living in the town of Moscow, and she actually had to move even further away because even just getting outside of the church, but still living close, she couldn't go to the store without being harassed. She would go to a place and come out and her tires were slashed, endlessly harassed at her home. The women that used to be her friends that were, still married to this man were saying how, she had basically sent her ex-husband now to sin because he's going to be looking at porn online to gratify. It's messed up. So much messed up stuff. So much gaslighting going on here.
As we go through this, this is a story all in of itself, but this being the same town as the Idaho murders, it doesn't take a lot of imagination to find like a connection there, right? Like for reasons why people from this church could have possibly been involved. I mean, Kohberger himself could have had some connection to this church, or
that's been
allegedly
been speculated and alleged, right?
Yeah.
This is a party town. I've even heard people, and this is a conspiracy stream right now, folks. We were not afraid to dive a little deeper into the deep end of the conspiracy pool here, but a lot of people have even alleged, that the actual church members could be responsible for these murders, and then a deeper cover-up could be happening and implementing Kohberger in the spot he's in now.
I mean, and
pure
like
speculation.
I said, you do not need to use much imagination. They don't like women partying and having sex and all this stuff. They're very conservative.
These ladies are going to be out at the bar all night. They're going to be heading to the house. They're going to be having some premarital sex.
I mean, if they want to find a target and create a statement, that's I think they found probably one of the best targets they could have if that was their goal, right?
Yeah.
That house would have been exactly what they wanted, if that was something they wanted to do, right?
And I've even been reading even a little bit deeper, and some people want to go down the trail. And again, this is a conspiracy stream, but ritualistic type stuff. It gets dark, man. Real quick, Sharona Woodham, $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hell out of that with that hippo KO. Bam! Love that. I love these stickers. Every time I see one come through, it gets me hyped up. Thank you so much. let's see here. Within their first year of dating, the guy she's meeting here. Yeah. Let's see here. I had stars in my eyes, remembers Gene, but then he got physical. I was a virgin and it scared me. Within their first year of dating, heavy petting turned to course of sex. He'd get drunk and refused to accept his wishes to not have sex. He refused condoms. Gene, who had been raised on a steady diet of purity movement books, felt like she had no choice but to marry him then. Or I was somehow unclean or unworthy. So, it warps the brain of these people as well. And then you got a guy that's now essentially forced himself on her on a date. And now she's kind of warped herself to saying, like, if I don't get with this guy, I'm screwed. That's messed up from the get-go. Before they got married, she joined the church, taking covenant vows in front of the congregation. After her vows, Kirkers came up and shook her hand, saying how beautiful she was. That's a big deal to the men in leadership, says Gene. They brag about how their women are more beautiful than pagan wives. The wedding, officiated by Douglas Wilson, I'm assuming, was 4 years after she moved to Moscow. Starting 9 months after they were married, they had a baby every other year until the couple had 4 children. One night after their first was born, her her husband came home drunk after she was asleep. He pulled her over, lifted her nightgown. She told him not tonight, that she was tired. He got angry. She tried clawing away, then pushing him away with her arms. He pinned her down. She used her legs to kick him. That's when he unbuttoned his pants. When he was done, he passed out drunk, and I locked myself in the bathroom and cried. She was bruised and her insides bled. This is going to get a little bit more graphic than I even thought, folks. So if there's some triggers here, feel free to step away if you need to. Some of this stuff can be triggering for sure.
Willow with the $4.99 super sticker.
Willow with the $4.99 super sticker.
Get good. Is that a hippo? I think it's a hippo.
Oh yeah, that's another hippo. Hippo's out here banging it up, baby. Yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate the hell out of it.
She called petting was an interesting choice of words, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Petting.
Yeah, that's an old 1950s type term, right?
Yeah.
She called a Kirker friend about it the next day. The friend attended a Christ Church plant, a seedling congregation based in the church's doctrine and culture, and she said the same thing was going on in her marriage. This seems to be an ongoing thing with these guys. And if there's no respect in the marriage between the man and the woman, it should be mutual. But if there isn't at least some degree, you have what can be rampant just madness going on here.
It's just abuse.
It is. It's abuse, like in a lot of other cultures in this world, right? Like it's no better than some of this stuff.
Yeah.
She didn't report it. Jean's husband raped her over and again a couple of times a week for about a decade, either with violence or by waiting until she took a prescription sleeping pill. Sometimes I'd wake up with him having me, or I'd wake up the next morning and be bleeding or see the signs. Jean has since been diagnosed with PTSD from the assaults. Years into her marriage, Jean went to several pastors at Trinity Reformed, a Moscow Christ Church plant, and told them her husband had been raping her. Although they did notify Christ Church leaders because her then husband's father was an elder who could be disciplined if his son continued to sin. The pastors at Trinity all told me not to report it, and that I was wrong. These pastors told me a wife is not allowed to tell her husband no. Dago coming through with the $2 super chat saying, keeping it real as always. Much love, fellas. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it. Also see a lot of new names popping through here. Thank you guys so much. Anybody that is new coming through, if you're not subbed up, please do so. I'm just going to grip for 1 second while I've got a lot of folks in here. If you do sub up, make sure, please, hit the 3 dots on the side and make sure all is clicked. You're going to see a couple of different options there. One of them is personalized. I would personally think personalized, if I didn't know, would probably be the one you'd want. No, make sure all is clicked, and then you will get everything that we post. Most likely. You still probably won't because YouTube sucks, but it will be more likely that you'll get it. Again, I post all day long in the community. Today I was actually going crazy. And then I drop a lot of videos, and then lives. We went live 3 times yesterday. So
this is super active channel.
Super fucking
for
active.
real.
We're getting
super
crazy.
Active. If you're not getting videos, you're at least getting community posts daily, several of them. I mean, there's always something going on.
Absolutely. And follow me on Twitter. I'm going to pop that up just real quick.
And a Discord people can chat on. That needs to be more active. I mean, it's a lot more active than it used to be, which I'm super
Oh
happy
man, it
about. But
rules. Yeah,
yeah,
the
if you get
Discord
in
just
there
went
and
over
just
100 members.
chit chat.
But please, yeah, also I'm super active on here. Boom. Thank
I
y'all for
wish
being here. Appreciate
Discord.
it.
I do wish, and a lot of people have issues with Discord, which is totally understandable. I wish Discord was more like a texting app. Like it felt more like a texting app with a lot of other features that it
Yeah.
has. That way, I mean, people would be on there all the time on their phones. It'd
It's
be
so
just like you're
much.
texting people, you know?
Like I actually do get it. It can be a little daunting, but
No, it is. Like I hated it when I first got it
now I
too. It's
love it.
not.
Now I absolutely love it. Oh
You just
shit.
have to get
Got some
used to
more
it.
supers coming through here. Socrates with the
Oh
super
man,
sticker, $2. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the hell of it. That's a long
that was
time
his.
member of this channel. Also, look at those beers
That's
clashing
his.
next to his name.
That's his first super chat that he's given us. That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
It
Thank
even
you,
says
brother.
under there, celebrate the first super chat from Socrates. Hell yeah.
Appreciate it. We're celebrating the shit out of it over here. And then
Fucking dope.
Planet Liberty, great name, $9.99 super chat with the X's and O's. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Seriously. Friday nights in this channel usually get pretty wild, and you guys are what's making it pop. So I'll look at this right here. New here, watched a few videos so far. Great channel. TX Tracy, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's awesome. That's craziness. Stop back into this again. Tonight. Trigger warnings. So far, this is getting a little bit graphic.
Pookie votes for Silence of the Lambs for our next movie. That would be awesome.
Hey, that sounds like a good one. That'd be perfect, yeah. Pookie. Yeah, we'll do that probably soon. Real soon. Actually. Yeah, if you're in the Discord, we randomly watch movies in there. We watched The Thing a couple weeks back.
I wasn't here for that one. Did the people show up?
Yeah, I think we had about 6 or 7 in here. Sam,
really?
Ninja,
wow.
Pookie. It was a decent. I think
that's pretty cool.
There was a few people, maybe even Susie. Maybe I'm crazy, but a few people's in there.
Yeah, I need to try to be a part of that. I don't know. You probably told me about it, but somehow I guess it slipped my mind or something.
Yeah, it was a late one too. I think we played it late, but it was fun. It was real fun. We're definitely going to continue that for sure. Back into this.
Always good to see Maj hype it up the channel.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Our resident hype man.
Years into her marriage, Jean went to several pastors at Trinity Reformed, a Moscow Christchurch plant, and told them her husband had been raping her. Although they did notify Christchurch leaders because her then husband's father was an elder who could be disciplined if his son continued to sin. So yeah, you would think they'd be able to go to the elders, and the elders should be keeping them in line, but at some point that stopped happening, and then they just never continued. I mean, maybe it never happened. Fuck, I don't know, but these pastors told me a wife is not allowed to tell her husband no. Ridiculous.
A couple of new members. Look at this.
Fucking hell. What is going on? P. Fox. Welcome to Buzz to Confused. And Jessica Christie. Hell yeah.
She's on that second month.
Getting that second month going. Hell yeah. Appreciate that. I got to get that third month's rolling around. I got to get a new emoji besides y'all's face. Yeah, names and faces there.
Oh shit. Yeah. So you don't have one for.
I can do it pretty quick, but I don't have the third one lined up yet. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'll do that after this, actually.
Hold up. Well, never mind. You go ahead. I'll ask him in chat.
Yeah, watch the Leprechaun. Jean's then husband's drinking increased. She says he held her against walls, slammed a lot of doors, pounded the walls, once pointed a loaded gun at her. Again, raped her with a champagne bottle. The pastors at Trinity told her not to go to the police, not to separate. Yeah, this one's definitely going to get demonetized with the use of this word. Eventually, she prepared for divorce and left the Christchurch community, knowing she had just been excommunicated if she tried to stay. One woman's counselor called her after the split, telling Jean that she was causing her husband to turn to porn now that I was divorcing him.
Jesus, they're just pouring in. Oh, my God.
Whoa, hell yeah. The Richard coming through with a $5 super chat. Hey, pals, I'm in for conversation on the church. I believe I had a less than favorable interaction from them in 1994. Whoa. In Moscow? Holy shit, the Richard. And the Richard's a new person I've been seeing in chat. They've been pretty active. Appreciate you being here. Sylvia, $10 super chat. Love y'all. All I have to say is, damn, it feels good to be a gangster and F this cult. I love it. Hell yeah.
Nice.
That's a throwback to some music. Yeah, Sylvia loves some tunes now. I think we were in Dago's chat last Friday, and it was near the end of it, and like, you know, that scene from Office Space, when they beat the shit out of the printer to
copy.
Yeah. Was that the same song? I know the movie starts out with "Damn, it feels good to be a gangster," doesn't it?
Oh, that might be when he's
When
in
he's
the
singing it in the
car.
car.
Yeah, he's in the car. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah. What's the song that's playing when they're beating the fuck out of the? Maybe it might. It still might be. But damn,
shit,
yeah.
dude.
No,
I
that
don't know.
movie's so good. Yeah, I'm glad Sylvia finally
Yeah,
got into Discord also.
we might if Richard sticks around for a while, we might if he's willing to call in, we might talk to him for a minute.
Yeah, yeah, Richard.
That would be good.
That's pretty wild. Let's see. Eventually, she prepared for the divorce and left the Christ Church community, knowing she just read that there. In the time since leaving the Christ Church community, Jean's car has been vandalized regularly. The air let out of her tires. Yeah, this is actually some of what it wasn't from this Vice article though. Online, she's had to block kikers, including teachers, from logos. Angry about her divorce, I had been called. You can read those words right there. A man penetrates, conquers, and colonizes. So that is an exact quote from Douglas Wilson. Cigar puffing and presenting like a Christian philosopher king on YouTube videos, Pastor Doug Wilson is a radical provocateur, even among outspoken Christian conservatives, and appears to relish in Twitter wars and blog battles. In the 1970s, he became pastor of Christ Church, which is now influential within the communion of Reformed evangelical churches. Denomination Wilson helped found that includes more than 100 churches nationally. They have over 100 churches nationally. In 2003, 94, what is that word? I'm not sure what that one is. That one's too hard.
Ecclesiastical?
Some weird ass charges were
No
brought
idea what
against
that is, though.
Wilson by his denomination by improperly using church funds to pay off students' casino debts to cardinal threatening of others, but the charges were ultimately dropped. Last year, Wilson published a novel called Ride, Sally, Ride about a Christian man who runs his neighbor's sex-bot wife named Sally through a trash compactor, and YouTube recently removed Wilson's video making a moral argument for fake vaccine. What?
That word literally means relating to the Christian church or it's at clergy.
Okay. He had he has a book called Ride, Sally, Ride about a neighbor's Christian man who runs his neighbor's sex bot wife named Sally through a trash compactor. Wilson declined to request for comment, of course. In his book Father Hunger, the pastor writes that a lack of fatherly authority and biblical masculinity, one that does not simper and lisp, is the root of various modern failings, including the poison of egalitarianism between genders. He has written the sexual act cannot be made into a pleasuring party. Instead, he argues that a man penetrates, conquers, colonizes, plants, while a woman receives, surrenders, accepts, and that true authority and true submission are therefore an erotic necessity. Wow. Man. He even gets weird. He gets weird with it, bro.
Yeah. It's insane.
What the fuck is going on right now? Hey,
I'm
going to get Ride, Sally, Ride and do a live reading every Friday night until we're done with the book.
I don't even. So women joining the church, right? That aren't like born into it or married into it somehow. Like, why would a female join this church, by their own free will?
Yeah, are they just brought into it, outside? Like, say you get a family that gets, because that's what happened with this lady right here. Her family got turned on to this religion, moved to Moscow because of the religion. She was a young girl, and then she got taken into it.
Yeah.
And then she becomes, they start looking at you like, you're going to be getting married to one of these boys. And
I do wonder if there's females that move there or move to where any of their churches are, and like they're just trying to join a church. They join the church and then they get sucked into this fucking horrible lifestyle.
Oh, dude!
And maybe they can't even get out of it. Like, that would be insane, right?
Horrible, dude. Like, that shit happens, man. Like,
yeah.
The idea is pervasive. In Wilson's wife Nancy's book, he's got a wife, guys. The fruit of her hands, she describes wives as lovely enclosed gardens cultivated for marital sex. But of course, a husband is never trespassing in his own garden. In 2017, Jean says another member of the church told her a man is allowed to rape his wife. Wow. Somehow this episode is already way darker than last week's.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And that's not even an uncommon thing in religion.
Right.
Know?
Yeah, that's true too. They're almost just like wording it way more viciously out the gate though.
Like, yeah.
But you're right. I mean, that's like what I'm forgetting the way it's actually phrased, but there's literally like a phrase for saying the woman is like for the married, man in the Bible or something.
Yeah.
But not to this level of like crazy, the verbiage that they're using. Other survivors within the Christ Church community have stories of a culture of allowance around abuse. Former church member Natalie Greenfield was 14 when Greyfriars Hall student Jamin White, who was in his mid-20s, started sexually abusing her. In 2005, when Greenfield reported the abuse to police, Wilson asked the investigating officer to give leniency to Wright. Wilson cast their sexual interactions as a result of a parent-arranged courtship, something Greenfield maintains is untrue, but according to the emails gathered in an extensive analysis of Wilson by researcher Rachel Shubin, the judge seemed to accept Wilson's narrative and rejected a more stringent plea agreement under charges of sexual abuse of a child after White's conviction of a lesser charge of injury to a child. Christ Church Plant Trinity Reformed emailed congregants thanking those praying for White. Following his release, Trinity funded $3,000 towards sending White on a Haitian mission trip. In 2013, White was charged with attempted strangulation of his wife and later found guilty of domestic battery. Yeah, there was fucking red flags out the gate, and Wilson came up to bat for this pedo. Wow. Wilson also officiated the wedding of Stephen Silter, a former New St. Andrews student convicted of lewd contact with a child under 16, despite Sittler's parole officer's objection. Sittler, on a lifetime parole due to a number of victims he confessed abusing, could not be unsupervised with children. Wilson maintains a unique role in the Sittler saga, saying he encouraged the father who discovered the abuse to report it to the police, but Wilson later welcomed Sittler back to the Christ Church. At Sittler's wedding, Wilson explained that sometimes people need to get married so the flesh can be contained. Using a wife as a sexual decoy to distract Sittler from children didn't work. Later, a judge ruled Sittler must be chaperoned around his infant son.
Oh my God.
Due to admitted sexual stimulation resulting from contact with the baby. Jesus Christ.
The wife
away
is
the
just
fucking key, bro.
For real. Like what the fuck is going on?
What are we doing here?
The wife is just a distraction to keep his mind from fantasizing about fucking children. Like, that's insane, dude. Like,
this is absolutely insane.
Fuck off with that stuff.
This is actually crazy. A culture that normalizes sexual abuse and harassing survivors is just one manifestation of the authority and control that blends devotion to God with submission to church leaders. For years, Christian blogs such as Spiritual Sounding Board and the Wartburg Watch have detailed sometimes anonymous accounts of Christ Church spiritual abuse, a phenomenon typically defined as faith leaders creating a toxic culture within a church or community and using their position to shame and control. Kirkers have long been afraid to speak out. That may be changing. A wave of former current church members are stepping forward now, thanks to a new YouTube channel, Our Courageous Empathy. Host Kevin McGill, a seven-day Adventist pastor, interviews ex-Kirkers about their scarring experiences within the church. Still, Christ Church under Wilson has been expanding in both footprint and influence. Last week, I don't have it prepped right now, but I showed basically what's going on in Moscow about how they're sweeping up businesses left and right. There's an extremely large list of businesses that are being, buildings and businesses and apartment buildings and homes taken over by Christ Church members who, again, they are not being shy about it. Let's listen to a little bit right here.
Unfortunately, these motherfuckers are wealthy and able to grow. It's fucked up and it sucks
rich.
ass.
They can do it.
And there's not shit anybody can do about it. They fucking own the goddamn town, basically.
Yeah.
Nobody can fuck with them. I mean, you can't, even if there was somebody had hard fucking evidence, but I'm sure they do, about some of these things happening, there's nothing anybody can fucking do about it because they own the fucking town. Like, you'd have to go to a federal level, right? You'd have to get fucking feds involved to actually even attempt to do anything about this. And even
Yeah.
still, probably it would be. Imagine how difficult that would be.
Last week we were
Somebody
mentioning
that's
that
got all this
Netflix
money.
documentary, The Indian Dude. Look how long it took the government to get involved in that. Look how deep that went. Look how many lives were ruined before the government said, well, I guess we should do something.
Wild Wild Country documentary. What was it? The Rajesh?
Yeah. Wild
Rajneesh or something like that.
I think this is a good breaking point. You know, I'll go back into this, but let's listen to him
I'm gonna
talk just
grab
a
a beer
little
real
bit
quick.
with NBC. This is national, baby. This is on a 7 million subscriber YouTube channel. 84K, huh?
I want to see this. Give me just a minute.
Okay, yeah, go. You're good. I'll talk to chat. This has 84,000 views, okay? He's not being shy about what he wants to do here. Craziness out here. Again, thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. I mean, please go back and check out last week's first episode. Again, Church Christ, the Cult of Doug Wilson. I'm calling it Conspiracy Stream 666. And again, this is part 2 of that stream. So welcome and thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. You guys have already killed it tonight. Tons of new members, super chats blowing up. And again, this is 100% going to be demonetized because of all the words I've been using. And that's just a regular for the true crime community, right? But again, you guys make it well worth it. And this is a story that, again, I just fell into. And this is important. This is crazy shit. Again, Sam, crazy motherfuckers, right? Why don't YouTube shut the channel down? I think they do take down some stuff. But again, a lot of stuff makes it through, right? Craziness. And the Richard out here saying, I'll absolutely call in. This church I speak of is part of this chain. My story will speak for itself. We'll see what's up, the Richard. And if we don't get you on tonight, we'll definitely be getting you on because I've seen you've been hanging out and you've been commenting, you've been chatting, and you seem like an awesome guy. I think I've seen you in Drunk Turkey also. And yeah, we'll definitely see what you got to say because this is really interesting to me. We'll see how this plays out. Yeah, it's messed up. It's a completely messed up story. Yeah, Dago's still hanging out. I'll go ahead and plug Dago here a little bit. I shared his channel earlier when he was live, but you know, if you go to my community, you will find his live in there, or you could literally click on his name there and probably go straight to his channel as well. Dude, he does a lot of stuff. He streams for long periods of time and about every day. And he goes into a variety of different stories that are actively happening. And I really dig his channel. Wow, interesting. Part of my reality was broken by a sister church. I came out stronger. If you can come out of something like this stronger, you know, if you can come out of something like this, okay, you're going to be stronger, right? Because, I mean, this messes with people bad. It really does. Oh, God. Don't tell me that, Pookie. Where's that happening at? Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And at the beginning of all my videos, I do play that little warning screen. Just to kind of give a warning, because I mean, again, this is the true crime stuff. We're definitely going to be going over more mature material here often. It is what it is. And that's why I try to lighten up the mood here on Publicly Buzzed. And I've gotten a lot of shit for that in the past, you know, because it's supposed to be, everyone tries to be an authority figure and everybody tries to be, you know, super serious all the time. And I get it. These are super serious matters. And again, we're talking about this in a serious tone, but you know, you have to be a little bit lighthearted also from time to time. And you have to, honestly, the best part about, I think, doing that is communicating with real-time people in chat, because you get to kind of break the monotony for just a second, right? You can go back into the lewd, crude craziness of a story, but then you can kind of be like, all right, let's take a break for just a second here, because this can get to you. Mental health is a big problem in this country.
This is why we get buzzed on the show.
Yeah, baby, you have to, man.
It takes a fucking toll. It does.
Takes a toll, dude. So, but doing it for you guys, and I mean, it's at the same time. I've said it since the beginning. My favorite show growing up was freaking Unsolved Mysteries. Like, I've always been in this shit, so it's just weird to be in a unique position to be able to do it. But let's watch a little bit of this interview with NBC. It's 12 minutes. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing. We'll get a little bit of a vibe and see where we go, but make sure it's working here. It's not. Hold on.
That what's happening in Moscow
Okay, cool. I'm going to pull that over on the side here. I haven't heard of that. Okay. Yeah, cool. Is it from 2004? Okay, I see a doorstep murder. Well, this is from 2022. Police have new man in sights. Yeah, I'll look through this though. But yeah, Mark Pash is always. I've been seeing him pop through here for a while now. So
Is a microcosm of what's happening all across the
start back.
In northern Idaho's dunes of grains and grass, a battle without bullets over the direction of a town.
I believe that what's happening in Moscow is a microcosm of what's happening all across the
That's
country.
weird. Oh, hold on. I'm an idiot. Hold on. Sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. Boom.
In northern Idaho's dunes of grains and grass, a battle without bullets
I think I
over
actually
the
fucked yours
direction
up.
of a town.
I believe that what's happening in Moscow is a microcosm of what's happening all across the country.
See if you're good.
That started here.
Check,
maybe
check.
10 or
Let me know if you guys
15
can hear me.
years earlier than
Or you can probably tell by the
what's
levels, right?
happening across the
you're
country.
Am I coming
And that
through?
is-
All right, sweet.
Well, just the radical
Sorry about that.
division. I don't think our nation has been this divided.
Good old-fashioned
since
technical
1859.
difficulties.
It's divided and it's inflamed. And that whole process, I think, began to be visible here a decade or a decade and a half before it became radically visible in the nation as a whole.
Pastor Doug Wilson leads Christ Church in what he calls a Cold War civil war,
Our rights come to us from God and not from the government.
fighting in, of all places, a college town. Moscow, home to University of Idaho and just 8 miles from Washington State
Sorry about that,
University, exudes a live and let live vibe. One of the interesting things about
sneak off
Moscow
the
is how
frame.
these
Well, actually, I
two
gotta-
entities live
to
side
get
by
something
side, and I
to
mean
sneak off
literally.
frame to do.
Right behind me, that's
Right.
the offices of the Christ Church, and right next door is the headquarters for the local Democratic Party. From this former art house movie theater, Wilson leads his campaign to make Moscow a Christian town.
Idaho is a very red state. Moscow was historically a very blue dot in this red state. And so consequently, the fact that we've done this has been disruptive in the minds of some, but the feasibility of evangelizing in Moscow had to do with the importance of the university and the size of the town.
So, in your version of a Christian town, would there be a place for non-believers?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Would there be a place for same-sex couples?
What, you mean legally?
Yes.
You mean like marriage? No marriage. But there'd be same-sex couples.
No marriage, even though it's the law of the land in the United States?
Just like Roe used to be, right? In my belief system, in our doctrinal stand and what we believe the Bible teaches, homosexuality is not only a choice, but a sinful one. Yes.
It is a muscular, masculine-led vision of Christianity.
Scripture tells the man to provide, protect, and love. Scripture tells the woman to honor, help, and submit.
Expounded on his show Man Rampant,
Men are going to be dominant no matter what you do.
and articulated in his blogs. This one saying marriage is a little kingdom and the husband is a little king.
A wife should be submissive.
Like what I found interesting about this so far is that he comes off like normal,
Yep.
like
That was
extremely
my
normal,
first impression. Yeah.
like soft spoken even, but like what he's actually saying is crazy. Like, I know that hardcore Christian folks do hold a lot of these beliefs with some of the gay stuff, with the marriage, traditional marriage, and even he said right there, they would still technically have a place in our community. But let's think deep into the future, right? Well past this guy's life, and maybe even past his son's life. How much further and extreme will this get? It's already at a really crazy. Even just hearing it in 2023 as normal people, it sounds crazy. Like, is it just going to keep ramping up until there's going to be a day when there's going to be chaos in these towns with homosexuals and God only knows what else, because they don't approve.
Yeah, and I mean, like the way they're kind of buying up the fucking town. They're just going to expand. There's going to be more people that's a part of the church, so they're going to exclude people like that, right? Anybody that goes against what they believe in, are not going to be allowed to even live there in a peaceful way. Imagine
they do start completely dominating this town. Let's think 50 years down the road. And let's say his great grandkid is, in a spot of prominence probably in this town, right? Let's say someone's running for office, and someone that's going to be countering. This is all just speculative, of course. This is in the future, but a Wilson deep in the future is maybe opposed by a gay man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not going to allow this guy to come in and all of a sudden start. They're not going to allow the police officers, if they're truly running the town, to not just to single out gay people, but that's what the segment right here was about. But anything they're actually against, they're not going to let those folks live normal lives. It doesn't feel like.
No, not at all. I don't think so. And women are obviously severely suppressed by their beliefs.
Yeah, like they're treated like
women,
cattle.
Not even just
cattle.
like
they're treated like just like prostitutes.
I mean, you can look at
maybe worse.
Gay people, anybody from that community, the LGBTQ community, that's kind of a more recent thing that's starting to be accepted, right? Well, I mean, honestly, if you look at like history, even women having rights and not being suppressed, it's still a relatively recent thing.
It really is, yeah. 100 years, right? Like,
but I mean, we've been doing that for a long time now. Well, not even that. I mean, the 1950s is really when they started getting their say and their rights.
Right.
I mean, they still are suppressed.
Yeah, and still repressed, right? Around that time period, they'd still put them in the crazy houses if they started acting up, right?
Yeah. So that's still relatively recent.
That really is.
I mean,
man.
And they still live in they're still living that old lifestyle where, women really don't have rights. It's the man that controls everything.
It's crazy, dude.
So, I mean, how long is it going to take them they're not. It's obviously they're not going to progress in the way the rest of the world is.
That's the word, progress.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not going to be able to actually progress down the slope of like what we all are kind of accepting as just humanity. We're all different. We all have different beliefs. Yeah. We all love differently. We all, think differently. If you're in this Christ church, it feels if you're in the Christ church, you definitely have to think one way, but in the future, if you're in Christ church town, you're also going to have to think another way. That's where it gets creepy, because this is probably not going to happen like that. It's not going to happen overnight. We might not even freaking see it, but what they're aiming for is creepy. And if they have churches sweeping across the nation, I mean, what the hell, dude?
Yep.
There's going to be some wild civil wars in the future.
Like you said, that's the issue, right? They're basically going to own the town and be able to control the town in the way they want to.
Yeah, dude.
They're like, I mean, you're not going to be able to, if you're a part of that community that they don't accept, you're going to be able to buy a fucking house in there. And even if you do buy a house in there, you're probably going to be driven out.
Yeah. Yeah. You're going to get the house and you're going to be harassed. Yeah. It's going to be like those movies, right? It's going to be,
that's not good, dude. I mean, we're talking about violent crimes are going to happen. Yeah. It's going to happen.
And
it hasn't happened, I mean, it has, let's be honest, it has happened already.
100%.
But I mean, yeah, it would be more public, I think, when it gets to that point.
I'm going to push play here for just a second. I'm actually going to go refill my drink and see a man about a dog, but I'll let this just play. It'll probably be at like a loudness that you probably can't talk. Do you want me to set it a little lower?
Maybe just a hair
long, but
you can set it just a hair lower. But we'll probably just listen to the video.
Cool.
To her husband, as Paul teaches in multiple places, yes. So a wife should be submissive to her husband. But in the blog post that you just cited, I made a special point of saying that the woman exercises authority over the selection of the one that she's going to submit to.
So when you say wives should be submissive to their husbands, does this mean, why shouldn't they be equal?
Well, because God created us a certain way. So we want to fit with the design.
Former Mayor Nancy Cheney says the community has endured decades of Wilson's often incendiary ideas.
When some kind of outrageous statements were made early on about Southern slavery as it was, as a mutually affectionate relationship between master and slave, or saying that members of our LGBTQ community, trans people, should be exiled or possibly stoned, that catches our attention.
Wilson says he was misunderstood, rebutting the many controversies on his website, writing he does not believe in the death penalty for homosexual acts or that slavery was a positive good. But the visible and invisible lines being drawn here and elsewhere across the country are setting off alarm bells for many faith leaders.
Do you consider Christ Church a church?
I don't.
Really?
I really don't.
What is it then?
I see it as a dominionist cult.
Reverend Dr. Elizabeth Stevens leads the Unitarian Universalist Church of the Palouse.
In the public square, I don't see them representing Christianity. I don't see them representing the values that I find in the Bible. I see them representing patriarchy. I see them fighting the culture war.
Stevens' position in that war is visible for all to see, a stained glass rainbow chalice. Wilson fights with the printed word. A prolific author, he's written dozens of books, all distributed by his own Canon Press. It publishes more than 1,000 different titles, half of which are books and materials serving hundreds of thousands of homeschool and Christian students nationwide. Wilson laughs off the cult accusation, but the former Navy man embraces culture warrior.
You can't have a naval warfare without ships, and you can't have tank warfare without tanks. And as I tell Christians all around the country, you can't have culture war unless you have a culture. Our tagline is all of Christ for all of life. So we want to be 7-day-a-week, 24-hour Christians in everything we do. And a distinctively Christian culture is forming here, and not reclusive and not cultic, but it's distinct.
Here in Moscow, Wilson and Christ Church have built a multi-million-dollar enterprise that includes a K-12 school, a publishing house, a college, and a streaming show. Pursuits that some worry will change the very character of this town.
What scares me is that he is making Moscow into a Wilson town.
Keely Emerine Mix is a former pastor.
What worries me is not that the stamp of
They
Christ
literally
might
mention
be wrongly shoved down the
gay
throats
people
of
or
my
people from the
neighbor.
LGBTQ community being stoned or or ran out of town. They like right after you left, they mentioned that exactly what we were talking about.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit. Just speculating the future, maybe.
Exactly. Yep.
Here in Moscow, but that the stamp in the foot of Doug Wilson will be wrongly and is being wrongly.
Trying to figure out what Richard's talking about. The Richard
crammed
over
down their
there.
throats or
42
standing on their
FBI
neck.
noted
I
on a
think that
site
his influence
on site
this
that
town has
weekend.
been despicable.
I'm not sure what they're talking
Aubrey
about.
and Wyatt
I haven't read
Knickerbocker
every
met
chat.
2 years after her family moved to Moscow, seeking a Christian town.
We found what at first we thought was a very welcoming community. There was something.
Damn, look at the
every
makeup
day,
on that
something
lady.
new,
I
some
know,
sort
I
of
saw that.
baby shower or something for the school. You get very swept up in all of it.
Until they heard this message from another pastor in the church.
Women should wear women's clothes. They shouldn't wear pants.
Shouldn't have short hair.
Shouldn't have short hair. Men shouldn't wear earrings. No one should have tattoos.
And then there was this, a psalm sing in the middle of the pandemic,
at all those
protesting the
people.
local mask mandate, retweeted by then President Trump.
That was when I realized that these were not people trying to spread awareness or trying to spread the good news of Christ. It was people trying to say, look at us, we are so oppressed.
Did you feel betrayed when you realized that? How would you describe your feelings?
Yes, very betrayed, because I've grown up in the Christian church, and it never occurred to me that a church could be wrong. And
I gotta say, I've never seen
how
eyebrows
wrong
like
they
that.
could be.
Yeah, I
They
haven't either.
stopped
Those are
attending Christ Church.
those are interesting.
Aubrey
Very
says
unique.
she was attacked online. Now they actively avoid patronizing businesses run by church
Betty
members.
Boop.
If it was another church that owned it and they just happened to have some beliefs that I didn't agree with, that's fine. But when you're hurting people, that's when you have really crossed many lines.
Are
What's
you
happening?
being judged on your
All right,
faith?
that lady just turned me. Doug Wilson is a great man. Christ Church ain't so bad after all. I've realized.
Faith rather than your pride.
Oh, fuck.
I believe 100% that that's true.
Josh Flickner says he came to Moscow seeking a Christian community and found it in Christ Church. But his
What are you saying? There was
business,
42
Journey's End
FBI in
Cafe,
Moscow.
is paying the price for where he worships.
Huh.
I really wanted this place to be actually a bridge
Shit.
builder in the community. And so, yeah, it's really a bummer
When
that,
was this?
that a lot of
don't
people in
know.
the community are just so full of bigotry that they do not want to even try to build those bridges.
He says his workers are threatened by crank calls and his future by a social media campaign calling out businesses run by
Wilsonville.
church members.
Look at what people say about my business and then pretend like I was not a white heterosexual Christian male. That would be a hate crime. Anywhere else in the country, against any other type of person, that would be a hate crime.
3 weeks after this interview,
We were talking about
Flickner
that last
announced
week. Don Sellers looks like another Waco or Jim Brown
he's closing the cafe.
or
So how
Jim
close
Jones.
is
Probably mean
Wilson
Jim Jones, right?
to reaching his goal of turning
Yep.
Moscow into a Christian town? Well, no one is quite sure, but everyone has an opinion.
Honestly, it's almost laughable only because you're talking about a minute percentage of the population.
George Scandalos and Brandy Sullivan own restaurants and businesses on Main Street.
As someone who was served on the city council, I haven't seen any traction gained in that area. The last two elections, there were some candidates who were members of Christ Church, and those elections were very uneven. And
Yeah, Christine, this is not just Idaho. This is Moscow,
yes,
Idaho.
You
Have 700 active households, about 2,000 church attendees. This is a city of 25,000 people. Is the way to reach your goal to bring in more people or to convert the hearts and minds of those who already live here?
It would be both. Yeah, we would want to persuade the people who are already here, and we want to welcome the people who arrive here.
Like many other churches, Wilson's deals with accusations of sex abuse, including a deacon this summer pleading guilty to a federal charge of child pornography.
Surprise,
and
surprise.
Wilson marrying a released child
That seems to be
molester to a church
reoccurring
The
thing
thing that
happening here.
upsets
Yeah,
people
what's up with
is
that,
not
right?
the child molestation offense, because there are 20, 30 sex offenders in Moscow, and everybody knows the name of one of them because of where he goes to church. Right? The ones who don't go
There's
to
probably
church
20 or
all
30
say
in your
they are.
church, buddy.
Right?
Alone.
Like,
Are you kidding me?
and he's there saying like, "Hey, it's fine. Give this guy a break."
Well, he's only getting attention because of where he goes to church. Yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't be all the
But
child
the
rape.
one who is repentant and wants to live right and is, straightened out, we're going to go after him because this is because the target is actually me.
Wilson,
I got to be honest with you. I don't give a
seems
fuck.
energized by
There
the
is no
criticism and
repentance
attention
for
and
for that
undeterred from
act.
his goal.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, dude.
I don't care. I mean, yeah.
Like these
I
people
mean,
always get out like
the belief, I guess, is like you can repent and be forgiven for basically anything. But in my personal opinion, there's no forgiveness for that. That's really just over. That crosses a line that you can't come back from.
Yeah, dude. No, I'm 100%
And that
with you.
should go out to anyone that like thinks that has like those thoughts or those intentions or whatever. Like that should be the punishment that you fucking like you try to stay away from it, right? Like I mean, obviously it's a fucking thing. Like
Yeah, and the punishments aren't nearly as severe because motherfuckers get probation and shit. Like,
yeah, like there. I mean, there's so many fucking people out there that do this horrible thing, and if they literally couldn't come back from it, period, that might be enough to at least sway them from actually acting on those thoughts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude.
But fuck, dude, it's I don't
But yeah,
know.
this guy popping up and saying, I mean, going out of his way to say it was like a
Defending the
pre-arranged
guy,
marriage. It's a
basically.
religious thing, but this lady's clearly saying, no, it's not. Like, it's fucked, dude. Like,
it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. And yeah, the church, it's religion, dude. It's fucking religion.
Exactly.
Fucking doing these things to young people is a thing in a lot of religions. It has been for millennia. I mean, it's
like,
fucking always
once
been
upon
around.
a time, some fucked up old dude said, hey, I can control everybody and I can also molest people. So, and you know, once people get in power, that's just the type of shit that happens, man. Like,
It's just, yeah, that's the kind of shit that, like, it just
fucked up.
And then there not enough is fucking done for it. Like, it's like you said,
No,
not enough is done. The punishments are definitely not severe enough.
Not at all. Like,
and dude, a fucking prisoners, murderers, and rapists fucking understand that if a fucking child molester goes into prison, they're not surviving or they're not having a good time.
yeah,
They're getting
no.
fucked
They're
up,
they're
dude.
they're usually not making it even, right? Like,
even these people who fucking kill other people realize that is the unforgivable sin. Like, come on, man. Yeah, Mosh, put them against the fucking wall.
Yeah, dude.
I have more respect for those people in prison that have committed unthinkable acts for at least realizing that, you know, how fucked up of a thing that is, right?
Yeah, right. Like, you could still have somebody that did something unspeakable, but they aren't tolerating those people. Like,
exactly.
You know. Excuse me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, sending them to jail, but I mean, that should be a life offense for sure, guaranteed 100% of the time. But it's not. It's not.
Yeah, dude. Like, a lot of times they don't get anything, man.
Yeah, I mean,
In
sometimes
some
they
of
might
these
get
states,
a few
dude.
years and they get out early. They have parole options and shit. I mean, fuck off with that.
Yeah, that's the usual. Like, yeah, like first time offenders.
Like, do we really as a society not understand how traumatic that is for the victim? Right? Like, that's such a that should be punished just as if a murder happened.
Yeah, send
I
them
mean,
to an island where they can only fuck each other.
You basically have destroyed that human being for life. I mean, hopefully a lot of them are able to come back from that. But I mean, I can't imagine, dude. I can't imagine.
No. Yeah.
And in a lot of cases, they probably feel like death is actually the more appealing option. I mean, a lot of those people that go through that end up committing suicide and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, like the folks that endure the punishments younger. Yeah, later in life, like a lot of times they can't cope. Some of them come out like strong and like fight it and, you know, do a lot of charity type work. But yeah, some folks can't pull out and, you know, they either end up on drugs heavily, trying to cope mentally, or like you said, they unfortunately off themselves. And man, yeah, like that's just so fucked up. And yeah, while that's happening to them deeper in life, 10, 20 years down the road, whoever did that to them is, you know, well past probation probably and just living a normal life. That happens.
Probably end up going to do it again. Or be a repeat
and who
offender.
knows? Maybe not get caught, because as sad as it is, a lot of these times people, you know, they don't even come forth with this stuff. There's an embarrassment that comes behind it. That's messed up. And
the whole other conversation of the rich, the Hollywood, the rich and powerful that just get away with all their shit. That's just a whole nother fucking thing. That's
Epstein Island.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's real though. Shit's real.
It's real.
You know, it's crazy. Let's see here. So this is him. I think this is probably from his YouTube thing. What NBC didn't show you. I just want to kind of get a vibe. It's 4 minutes. It's not really long. I want to see what he's saying here. So after what we just watched, Let's see if he's trying to say if they were editing something or trying to show him in a bad light. I want to see what his vibe is here. Hold on. Oh, why it doesn't carry over?
On what's going on here in Moscow. You may have seen me on a recent segment of Meet the Press where they did a story.
Starting to get buzzed up. For getting transitions.
You may have seen me on a recent segment of Meet the Press where they did a story on what's going on here in Moscow, Idaho, and how we are apparently part of this resurgent Christian nationalism thing. I was very grateful that the piece that they did was not a hit piece, in that they really did let both sides talk. At the same time, their typical leftist liberal bias was much in evidence, in that even though they let us talk, it was clear that what we were saying was incomprehensible to them. It's like we were from Mars. And of course, if you have that disposition, if you are inside that liberal framework where conservative Christian things that conservative Christians believe are just gibberish to you, that's going to affect your editing. That's going to affect your selection of what materials to include and not include. So although we are planning on a more detailed response in the weeks to come, this is just a quick take of things we wish they would have left in the editing. This is all about what a difference the edit makes.
So how would Moscow change then?
Oh, you'd get a lot more tolerance.
You'd get more tolerance because your critics say you're intolerant.
That's what they say.
What would change about the character of Moscow?
Well, people would stop spitting on people's windows. You wouldn't try to run people out of town. You wouldn't accuse them of being a cult, things like that.
Should women be...
He said it. He said cult.
Subservient to men?
No.
No.
The world is hierarchical, but that is not a disparagement of women. So if the question, going back to your original question, if you were asking, would women be allowed to talk? Would they be allowed to go out in public, or would we wrap them up in reformed evangelical burqas? The answer is no. No, absolutely not.
So when you say wives should be submissive to their husbands, does this mean, why shouldn't they be equal?
Well, because God created us a certain way. In my marriage, I'm married to a woman who believes this divine order as firmly and as I do, and independently of me. She already believed that before we got together. So together, we have a harmonious relationship because we are on the same page when it comes to this. I have a particular
I guess he took his own cameras and did this?
Yeah.
She has a particular role, and we both know in Christian theology, the submission of the wife to the husband does not communicate or telegraph weakness or inferiority, because also in Christian theology, Jesus, the Son of God, submitted to his Father when he went to the cross. He was submitting to his Father. So it's a fundamental tenet of Christian theology that submission does not equal inequality.
Were you trying to make a case that slavery is good?
No.
Were you trying to make a case that...
Oh, we're trying to make a case that slavery is good. Okay, what does he say in here?
Well, this is his edit too.
Right.
Equal.
I want to hear this because did they put that in the NBC one?
I don't think so. I don't remember hearing about it. Yeah.
Inequality.
Were you trying to make a case that slavery is good?
No.
Were you trying to make a case that slavery is acceptable?
Well, your line of questioning is revealing that you maybe haven't read it.
Were you trying to make a case that slavery is acceptable?
No, I was trying to make a case that when you are a Christian born in a slave-holding society, like ancient Rome, like the Apostle Paul was, the Bible has a very specific strategy for overthrowing slavery. And I was advocating that strategy as opposed to a secular strategy that resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths.
You never wrote that there was an affection between master and slave.
I never wrote that.
Did your co-author write that?
That was in there, yeah.
Did you agree with that?
Well, yes.
How can there be an affection between...
He's trying to dance. he was trying to dance around that, and then she got a little bit more specific, and he was still honest. I will give him that. He's a pretty honest scumbag.
I mean, his answer was actually not terrible. I mean, it was a good answer.
Well, he was dancing around it though, because
exactly. He's beating around the bush.
Last week we read what he actually said.
Yep.
Like, and then she got more specific, and he said, "Well, fuck it, yeah, I'm a piece of shit." But you're right.
He's not stupid
at all. This dude is
stupid.
He's actually scary smart, and it sucks.
Yeah.
He's fucking kind of really smart. Like, you can tell he's fucking got a brain, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, he wouldn't be where he's at without. I mean, this ain't by accident.
Yeah. Someone who owns another person. Isn't that?
Look how cocky he is, though. I don't like that. Look at the way he's acting right here after this.
That was in there.
Actually, he looks uncomfortable to me.
Well, okay.
Like, right? He's just readjusting.
Agree with that?
Well, yes.
How can there be an affection between?
Look at him. He's uncomfortable.
Someone who owns another person.
Well, you might be right. I thought that movement right there with the face was a little cockiness.
If you've ever watched the interrogation guy, you know that's a telltale.
The body language. See, I read it. I did read
it.
it differently. I must admit, his face there, I thought was a little bit condescending.
There be an affection.
Yeah, I think she's making him uncomfortable.
And that's true, but he's also not wanting to hear it. He's like, "Bitch." But
Yeah,
you're right. You're right. It's probably more
because-
uncomfortable than cocky. Yeah, I might be just using the wrong word. Actually, you're right.
Owns another person. Isn't that an affection?
Let's analyze the fuck out of
between.
Yeah.
Someone who owns another person. Isn't that the Stockholm syndrome essentially?
Everything has to do with whether you set the slaves free by killing 600,000 people, or if you get rid of slavery the way the rest of the Western world got rid of slavery, and good riddance, without a war. So that's the only issue in my thinking.
He tries to put a spin on it.
It's craziness.
He said good riddance, right? So let's believe him. He's against slavery, guys. He's against it. So, you know.
Yeah,
he's
definitely an absolute scumbag. I'm not afraid to say it.
Need another beer. We do need to be careful. This is a very powerful man.
Get it, bro. Get it.
Allegedly, he ever finds this video.
Allegedly. Yeah, what's going on, Sam? Is there something on Twitter? I'll pop it up here. We're getting deep into this thing now. Let's see. I'll see what I can find. I don't want to find it, but oh my god, it's the number one thing. Active shooter in Oklahoma. There's an active shooter at the Van Vliet Oval. Take immediate action. 22 seconds ago. Jesus, it's happening right now.
In custody, okay? So again, if you know anybody in or around the University of Oklahoma, you might want to make contact with them right now.
If you guys know anybody in the chat, got a lot of people in here, let them know, man. I'll send out some messages.
You need to shelter in place until the all clear has been given. I haven't seen that yet.
I have a lot of followers.
Hopefully they will have this
possibility
settled.
of somebody
Okay?
being close.
I don't know what is going on with the weekends and these shootings, okay? But again, Oklahoma University, Friday night, Easter Sunday weekend, okay? We have a active shooter situation this late in the evening, okay? So please alert everyone, share this information, go on social media, find out what is going on, check the news if you're not there. Again, I'm asking that you consult with your family and friends to make them aware that there is an active shooter situation, shelter in place, and avoid the, let me get that for you one more time, avoid the South Oval area. Avoid the South Oval area, Oklahoma University, right now. Contact your people. If you've got
this was 1 minute
students
ago.
there,
This was literally posted
neighbors,
1 minute ago.
This is unfolding situation. 30 about a half hour ago. Okay, so this information is slowly spreading across the United States, across social media. Okay,
It's just it's
so
happening
again,
in real time.
Oklahoma University has an apparent possible, as I'm seeing it, shots fired, active shooter situation. Avoid that area of the campus. Shelter in place. Check your phones. Check family. Check local law enforcement. Check campus police if you have their information, their website. See what is going on. Okay, we just got to be safe out there. It is Easter Sunday weekend. Anything can happen as we are starting off Easter Sunday weekend with an active shooter situation. Again, I have broadcasted, made comments about this on a regular basis for a long time now, many months. I don't know what it is with the weekends, but it seems to bring out the bad in some people.
When the weather starts warming up, right? The shit happens.
The Van Vliet Oval, okay, on the Norman campus, okay. So this is what you got. You want to
pull this guy out to the side, and I'm going to do a refresh on the latest. Let's see, is live at least reporting it. Prayers active shooter. Can we watch this live? Got the news or anything. The response at the University of Oklahoma is high. At this time, the university remains under lockdown with no victims or active shooter as of now. Talks are that swatting was involved in the situation. Oh, shit. Yeah, do that, Sam. Do that in the Discord.
There were reports of an active shooter at the University of Oklahoma in Norman. You are looking live from a
If we ever get a merch store up and running,
now,
we need to make a shirt that just says "Fuck Douglas Wilson."
Sent out an alert.
Yeah, for real, that'd be a good one. Actually, that's a perfect. There's an active shooter at Oklahoma University right now.
And fight. Our newsroom now monitoring this and will bring updates to you as warranted.
Yeah.
Oh damn! You changed the title of the stream too. Damn, you can do that live? That's nice.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, this guy's talking about it in real time, live.
Oh, nobody's seen anything.
I was trying to find like a news source. So seeing if.
What is up with America and fucking mass shootings? What the fuck is going on?
And I was just saying, like, as soon as it happens all the time, but even when the weather starts to warm up.
Constantly. Well, I mean, fuck, dude. In our hometown, like, yeah, as soon as we had a nice day, fucking somebody was shooting on the old street I used to live on.
That's the first thing I thought. Here we go. Hold on. This is from a scanner.
Popper or some sort of canister over here on the northeast side of the library. There's confetti all over the ground.
I'm clear. If you'll just continue to check, verify that's all you've got out there.
Actually, there's been two. Did you see the other one that was local? There was one on the street I used to live on, and then there was one on Washington Street.
I didn't hear the other street, but I did hear about another one.
Fucking, I mean, what the fuck, man?
Looking for like
it's endless.
A live news broadcast on this or something. There we go. Maybe. Oh, he's an active.
And that said, No active shooter there anymore, so it might be.
Oh, did it end?
Maybe.
Well, that's good if it didn't. Because I
Yeah.
think this dude's live here. He was, but then it just literally came through this, the Twitter feed here. Yeah, it looks like they're sheltering in place after reports of shots being fired on the campus Friday night. There's an active shooter at Van Vliet Oval. Take immediate action. Run, hide, fight. Run, hide, fight. The university tweet that around 10 p.m. local time, campus police. Yeah, that was 2 hours ago. We're investigating possible gunshots fired on the North Man campus. People were instructed to avoid the South Oval area and to shelter in place. A lockdown has been issued at the university.
Be armed, people. Be armed.
Would be good to be armed at this moment for sure. If you're there. Hell, that's Oklahoma.
If you're scared of guns,
good laws, right?
If you're afraid of guns, go get some training. Be armed.
Yeah, there's a lot here happen. That I can find, anyways.
It's scary out there. It really is.
Here we go. Hold on. Sam sent me something. Let's see what this is. Yeah, our sister station KOCO is reporting that OU campus is secure as of 10:45, so an hour and 15 minutes ago. The OHP said there are no victims found at this time. Law enforcement are still searching. Around 10:30, University of Oklahoma posted on their Facebook page that a situation was still under investigation. In a post on the school's social media accounts just before 10 p.m., an active shooter was reported. Yeah, it looks like they're literally in real time working to get information. There isn't a lot out there right now that I can actually find. But yeah, that shit's sad, man. And it happens all the time. And every time it starts getting warmer, yeah, it looks like a lot of stories are starting to pop off. Probably the same thing we're just reading. Yeah, police on Friday night were investigating a report of shots being fired. This says 9:30, so there was a little bit of a time change there. Looks like the main thing they're saying is run. That it was actually said, take immediate action, run, hide, fight, which is pretty alarming thing to tell people.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's crazy though. Shit's endlessly happening, it seems. See what's anybody in chat saying anything? Oh yeah, it's happening. That's right. Jessica Christie says, if you ever get a merch store, when you get a merch store.
True. Yeah.
It'll happen. Damn right. That's true. Yeah, they said it might have been a possible swatting, which could turn very real very quick in But then I've also just seen nothing but there was an active shooter. I have no clue. There's not a lot of information besides just like people. I will say that when you refresh this, there was but it's just the same news story. You know how that is. But they are starting to pop off. It does say all clear has been given law enforcement agencies in the reference to multiple reports of an active shooter. Is it gonna, I mean, hopefully it's a hoax. Honestly. However, it's not known if anybody was shot. Yeah, it seems to be weird. I don't know.
Maybe nothing to go on right now.
It's about what's happening. I will say one of the last ones, which there was a shooting, but when I first got on Twitter, not the last one, but one, it was a late night one somewhere, and it was on a campus too. But remember when I messaged you that night and I was saying they're going door to door and they're knocking on doors and killing people? That's what Twitter was blowing up with that night, and it ended up not being what was happening at all.
Right.
It wasn't an isolated area, which, again, is terrible, but the rampant nonsense at the beginning was kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's an issue too. Yeah. social media things get falsely spread.
Yeah, let me know, Sam. She says she has local news. Maybe she's in that area. Yeah, you see anything crazy, let me know for sure.
Oh shit.
Shit's
The
scary,
Richard said, "Trust me, I kind of work in the horror film arena." What do you do? I'm curious.
The Richard?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you doing in horror films, bro? Yeah, we'll definitely get a Fuck Doug Wilson shirt. Who would buy a Fuck Doug Wilson shirt? That's gonna be on the. He's gonna. Are we gonna get sued?
If it just says Doug Wilson, I mean, who's Doug Wilson? There's a lot of Doug Wilsons out
There's a lot
there.
of Doug Wilsons out there, bro. I know
It seems
a lot of Doug
defendable.
Wilsons.
Well, then the evidence would be our fucking streams, though.
Yeah, we'd have to.
We literally said
fuck
on
DW.
stream. Yeah.
Fuck D-Dub. If you're a
D-Dub.
real OG
Actually,
of
yeah,
this
there you
channel
go.
and we start selling Fuck D-Dub shirts, you know what it means.
That's not a bad idea.
Fuck D-Dub. Maybe put like his silhouette, the beard and the hair.
Yeah.
Fuck D-Dub.
Yeah, get some. There you go. You got that graphic design bug in you.
Boom. We'll make that shit work. Damn, Pookie said let him call. Oh, God. Well, he would. I mean, he seems like. I mean, his brain's pretty large.
I'd talk to him, but he'd probably fucking own us.
Dude, he's very well educated. That's what's
Yeah,
scary about him, I think.
He would fucking own us.
He's very well worded. Like as shitty as that is, that's what makes these guys even scarier in
And I mean, you
politics
could
and shit.
prepare.
These guys can
That's the kind of interview. Like if it would have to be like a pre scheduled thing because we'd have to prepare so hard for that, and then he would still fucking own us. And he probably didn't prepare a fucking ounce of his shit. He just has it in his head all the time because that's the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, he was on it, dude. Like there wasn't any stammering around, like you said, he seemed uncomfortable there for a second because he probably didn't want to talk about that portion of stuff he's talked about and written about, even though he still ended up admitting it. Right. But you're absolutely right, man. But yeah, he's
kind of sucks to admit that too. There's just, you don't like the guy, you don't like his ideologies and the things that he's doing, but the fact I can admit that he would destroy me in a conversation.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like, well, I don't know, I don't really want to talk to the guy.
Just make us look bad, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just get a lawyer. We'll get a lawyer. Him calling would be scary as fuck. It really would be kind of creepy. I ain't gonna lie. Jamie coming through, hit that like. Thank you, Jamie. Representing. Appreciate that, Ninja.
Yeah, I love when just well, I know Jamie's a friend of ours, but other random people. I mean, I shouldn't say random because they've been here for a long time, but I love it when our fans of ours promote our channel and they do like what a mod's job would be, right? Out there fucking
I literally just
throwing out.
I literally just modded him.
Yeah, he's actually a personal friend of ours.
Hey,
so
we know him in real life. Yeah, I've shown his art around before.
Yeah, that surprised the hell out of me. I was
that
like,
leprechaun
damn.
drawing, bro.
It's amazing. It's like, it's not like I didn't think he could be talented or anything like that. That came out wrong, but it's so insanely good. Like I didn't expect that. Like that's like
He's blowing my
professional
mind.
level
I've got
shit,
stuff
dude.
around here. He's drawing like Bret Hart, and I mean, he's a big wrestling fan. But the horror movie stuff I've seen,
so good, dude.
Dude, yeah, I should get him to do like a logo or something. Something specific. Like
that would be awesome.
That'd be cool because he'd murder it, dude.
Does he do like and Jamie, you could probably answer this yourself. Do you do like unique stuff? Like do you come up with like designs of your own? Like you could take an idea.
That's a good question.
You could take an idea like the Publicly Buzz channel, for example, and come up with a logo design because that would be fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually.
Man, this is a super personal thing. I probably shouldn't even mention it on air, but Stevie, do you remember? I'm not going to say his name, but do you remember a childhood friend of ours he could draw so well. His initials are AH.
Yeah, I do. I thought that's who you were talking about. Weird.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, he murdered dude.
He was so good.
Yeah, he ended up on heroin.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was badass though.
He was so talented.
He was awesome. Yeah, I remember he would draw anything you would ask him.
Yeah.
Like out of his head.
And amazingly.
Like,
it was so
perfectly.
good.
He was really good. He was talented, but yeah, he ended up getting real fucked up.
Yeah, I did know that, yeah. Who knows where he's at now, but
Joe
probably not a good place.
New name. Thank you for popping in here. Appreciate it. Yeah, dude, I mean, again, you know how time goes. I haven't even thought, I mean, it's been 10, 15 years since I've even, known where he was at. So God only knows.
Yeah.
But he was not a neighbor, but he was like up, above us in another neighborhood.
Walking distance. Yeah,
and
walking distance.
He was a good dude.
Yeah, we used to have
But he
fun
moved
with
to
him. We used to
another
hang out a lot.
town when we went to middle school, and you know how that goes. So
Yeah. Yeah, we used to hang out a lot.
yeah, it was cool in the summer, especially like watching wrestling or comedy shit. And not that again, I don't know why we're talking about this guy, but randomly I do remember his dad was like a chef or something. And he would like randomly have to go out of town, and it wouldn't happen very often. And my grandma definitely wasn't about this at all, but for him, she allowed it. Like he would actually stay at my house if like he actually really needed to. Like his dad actually came and talked to my grandma, and like they were like, yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, you remember Nanny? She wasn't about like any of that.
Yeah,
shit.
I remember that actually. I think it wasn't. I don't remember it happening often.
It wasn't
but I
very
think once or
often at all.
twice.
Like I can only actually remember twice.
I was gonna say, I think I remember once or twice being there when he stayed the night with us.
And it was cool.
I mean, he was there pretty. I mean, we hung out with him a lot.
Did Jamie answer? Did he say? I don't think he did. If he could draw anything, just anything from Go.
No, he didn't answer.
Out of his head. But yeah, he could pretty much. I mean, I guess he could take anything, if you gave him like an idea.
That's what I was thinking.
Really?
Yeah. Give him some inspiration at least, and he could probably roll with it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Heather said he was a superstar or something, because he said, "I don't know about being a superstar. It's just me." What did she say? What did Heather say? I didn't see it. Oh, Jamie is a superstar. Yeah,
he is.
I would agree.
Jamie rules.
I don't see that kind of talent every day. That's a fact.
Yeah, when I showed it, you're like, "Whoa, what?"
Yeah, it was insane. It's so
it wasn't
good.
just like this guy's pretty good. That's what I was saying on the stream.
Yeah.
Dude, like one other stream before that, I was like, no, he could like make a living off of this. Like,
yeah,
and he doesn't. Like I used to always, when we would hang out more regularly, I'd be like, dude, what are we doing? Like, put the shit on, do something.
There he goes. He said, yeah, man, basically anything I work on. Some things here soon for you when I get over all these funerals and all. Yeah, I did read earlier. He's going through some shit. Yeah,
I hate that. Yeah, I saw that too. I actually told him, if you need to talk to somebody, holler at me.
No rush or nothing though. Yeah, just whenever you feel like it.
Hey,
for sure.
First of all, Frankie Frankenstein, you missed the entire show. Where you been? Thank you for popping in here. Though. Definitely watch the replay. Yeah. I may go back into reading a little bit more of this. I may not. I'm getting a little bit drunk now. We may have to do a part 3 of 666. Good Lord, there's so much on this guy. And I'm not going to lie. He's interesting. I'm very intrigued by this dude. Like, because he's so crazy in our time period, trying to take over a fucking town, and he's very brazen about it. It's wild, man. Gail gifting out memberships. Sam getting that membership. Hell yeah. Yes, it was a bit graphic. I'm not going to lie. If you go back and watch, it is some viewer discretion advised shit. Even more graphic than I thought this episode would be with just what I was reading, just the words. So yeah, it gets a little bit on the graphic side. This one's definitely not going to be monetized. But we had a hell of a lot of people come through with some super chats. Appreciate the hell out of that, guys.
Yeah, making up for that for sure.
Fuck you,
YouTube. Memberships?
YouTube, when you have actual support, tons of memberships, man, love it.
Exactly.
You guys kill it. Hey, I am going to see A Man About a Dog real quick. I'll be right back.
All right.
Just off screen here.
I'm gonna poll the chat, see if there's anything anybody wants to talk about.
Do it.
So yeah, what is anybody in chat looking at anything currently? Interested in any cases or past or current that you guys are deep diving into? We could look at. I know there was that case that I believe it was Mark talked about, the murder of Alistair Wilson. The Wikipedia on that one is not huge, so I don't know if there's a lot to go on there. Yeah, throw out some ideas. What should we talk about? What should we go over? If anybody has anything, maybe we could open up phone lines. Who was it that was going to call in earlier? Somebody had an experience with the church. Maybe we should do that. I can't remember now. I need a fucking pen and paper when we do this show. Write down stuff. Might be worth it, huh? Well, I have a fucking computer. I can just open up Notepad and take some notes that way, but I love the love in chat. Everybody's so supportive of each other. We're a legitimate tight community here, and it's so cool to see. I fucking love it. It's different, right? It's different here than it is on other channels. I feel like people show love to each other on other channels, sure, but it's like everybody in here, fucking everybody is like so loving and supportive of everybody else. We all listen to each other, talk to each other, pay attention, listen. It's so cool. Wait, why is everybody hollering at Richard right now?
Yo, made it.
Oh yeah, the fucking horror movie thing. We never got an answer, did we?
What's going on?
Everybody's hollering at Richard for some reason, and I don't know why they're hollering at him, but I forgot about he mentioned he was in the horror movie industry, so I
Oh yeah, yeah. What are you doing? He might have answered. We missed it.
Did he? Maybe
looking
not.
back up now.
Sorry, had to pop out. Did I miss a thing? They would absolutely
what do you do in the
found
horror
his
movie
footing.
industry? Industry.
That may not even be why they're calling.
Maybe, they also wanted him to call. Hey, if he wants to call, we can do it.
Yeah. All right. Pop the number.
I've got it
Pop
set
the
up.
number.
I'm going to just put it in chat. I don't have it set up, but well, first of all, let's make sure he's ready. I just want to make sure he calls in. Richard, in chat, if you do, would you like to call in? Just let me know in chat, and if so, I will pop a number in chat, and then if you just got to dial it, sir, and you'll be live.
Yeah, I was kind of polling them about things they might want to talk about. Maybe that's why they were calling them out.
That might have been because we did mention that.
Yeah. And there was somebody earlier that said they had history with the church, right? That wasn't him, was it?
It was him.
It was him?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, my bad. So there we go.
Yeah.
That's why then. Okay, that's why they're calling him out.
He done dipped out. Richard done ran away. Richard, come back! I didn't mean to scare you away.
He might be
no
busy.
pressure at all, for real. Like,
he did say, "Oh shit, I'm behind" as well, so he may not
Whatsoever.
even be watching live at the moment.
no pressure whatsoever.
I'm gonna just type in chat.
I'm gonna see what's trending on the old Twitter here. Bryan Kohberger's been trending all day, actually. Let's see. But no, that Letitia bitch that we became to know well last night is trending. Her son is trending. Johnny Depp is trending. What's Johnny Depp doing?
Oh God.
My Johnny boy.
All right, he's back on his PC. He said, "What's going on? I see my name
back?
at an abnormal amount of times."
Okay, I'm back on PC.
I let him know.
If you want to
he's
call, bro,
available.
we're good.
Yeah.
I want to hear your story, man. And then if Russ popped in, that'd be dope too. We'll get a Richard and Russ call in, and holy shit, what a night it'd be.
Dude, I've already crushed another beer.
My God, you're an alcoholic.
Dude, you know what? This show is making me an alcoholic. Come on, we review depressing things constantly. All right, he said, okay, can call in. What's the number? All right, set him up. Let me get a beer. I'll be
All
back
right.
in like 30 seconds.
All right, Richard, you ready? Let me get it. Actually, fuck, hold on. Copy. All right, yeah, just call this and you should pop through here and I should be able to get you on.
My Crown and Cokes aren't super cold. This is what they look
man.
like though. And the
Oh,
whiskey
I like
and
the can.
cola, 7%.
Dude, I'm gonna predict those aren't good.
It's textured.
Oh, weird. That's a fancy
Can you
can.
hear that?
I hear it.
It's like a
That's
you know
a
those
damn
old,
fancy
like in
can.
school, those like holographic books that we used to get in school.
Mhm.
It's like that kind of, like you could scratch it.
I like that. I dropped the number.
I hope he's the one that calls in. Nobody Bogart the fucking phone line, please.
I think we got it set up and everything, so we'll see.
If you try to call Richard and it doesn't come through, just let us know. We may have something fucked up. Who knows?
Yeah, we
I hope
were
this
actually
thing
doing it on the
doesn't stew on me.
fly because we were thinking about Russ, and then Russ left us. Russ is in
Oh, dude.
California, bud.
It's fucking good, man. It tastes just like a Crown and Coke. It
Really?
tastes just like a Crown and Coke.
Really?
Yeah.
Take a drink. I didn't see it.
It just like a Crown. It literally looks
I
like
like
soda.
the can like a lot. Like
It literally looks like soda and tastes like a Crown. It tastes like exactly
I
like
like
Crown
that
and Coke.
can a lot. Wow.
They are
I
they're
would
7%
probably-
alcohol.
Is it
It's
actual
Canadian
Crown in it?
whiskey. Canadian whiskey. Well, yeah, it's Crown Royal brand. It's like,
But that came from like a store?
yeah, Corner Mart.
Whoa.
Canadian whiskey, sparkling cola, other natural flavors, and caramel color. So they do color it.
I do like Crown, man. That's my go-to. Like I held my
Look at the
fucking
rim.
glass literally. Oh, we got a
There
number.
he is. There he
Here
is.
he comes, baby. I'm not on it. Here we go.
Call from
The Richard.
to accept, press 1.
There he
To
is.
Hey, Richard. Richard, you're live on Publicly Buzz. What's going on?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Richard.
Very happy. I love you. I love your show. You guys are rocking, dudes.
Hell yeah.
Thank you
for
so
the
much for
support.
being here. Love it. Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, I hate to just to go into something so crazy, but yeah, I mean, you have a wild story about this stuff?
Okay, now I'm originally from Kentucky, though I joined the Army to get the F out of here. No offense, because I love them now. Though I flew to joined the Army, I went to Hawaii, and after I got out of the military, I was staying in a place, and this chick, no offense, this really hot girl, she said, "Hey, do you want to come to a volleyball thing that me and my friends are doing?" I'm like, "Oh yeah." And so I go, and I start going to this church because it was a church-funded volleyball thingy. And I mean, it was fun, and it was all around the island of Oahu. So it was always fun, though. Everything just felt off. And okay, so I never saw this girl again, though I started meeting other girls, this and that. And the place that I was staying in, Waikiki, we got evicted. I forget exactly why, and I didn't have a place to go. So the leader of our church said, "Hey, why don't you stay? We got a space on our balcony." And in Hawaii, this makes sense. Because it's perfect weather all the time. So I rented out their balcony. I didn't have to pay anything. I stayed there for 3-4 weeks. And I was going to my jobs and everything. And this is before I actually classified myself as goth. So they had no reason to think that I was going to be anything negative against them. Howsoever, after 3 weeks, they kicked me out, and they said for 3 reasons they kicked me out for 3. And it was like a council meeting. I'm not kidding. It was a council meeting, like 15 people from the church or whatever, and they're all sitting in a god darn circle. And they say, number one, you're not taking Jesus seriously enough. Okay. Number two, you're taking too long to be baptized. And number three, you're pulling people away from God. So they kicked me out on the street that day, no warning.
See, and you had no place to go, no places to stay.
I had no place to go. I literally had no place to go. Thankfully, I kind of got a decent energy, and a friend pulled me in, and I was okay. Though that was so freaky, so scary. It was a cult. And I knew this. My spider senses were telling me. I knew that I was playing on a spider web the whole time. Even though I hadn't even started getting into like goth music and Marilyn Manson and Rob Zombie and all that.
My question was going to be, how were they saying that you were pulling people away from
because
God
I started banging a couple of the girls.
Oh, just so sex. You were just having sex.
Yeah. It was sex. It was sex. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Like when you said it, the way you describe the cult atmosphere almost is like, a circle of people. That reminds me, have you ever seen that movie Rosemary's Baby?
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, of course. And that goes into our horror conversation. Yeah, certainly, yes.
Dude,
oh yeah,
that's
you
a good
mentioned you worked in
segue.
the horror
That's a good
industry.
segue. What do you do in horror?
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, let me establish myself because I'm new to you and all of your audience and everything. I do go by the Richard. There's a reason behind that. Essentially, I'm not like everyone else. So when I joined the Army in 1992, it was to go to Tom Savini's special effects horror makeup school. That was my plan, though.
That's badass.
That year that Steven Spielberg came out with the Jurassic Park, and everybody was saying, "Oh, you don't want to get into practical effects. Nobody's going to care about that anymore." And so that kind of warped.
That's
my
all
reality.
I want.
And this was in 92? 92 people were predicting practical effects would go away?
No,
Wow.
yeah, they were thinking it was going to go all digital. And we now know that, that wasn't true. I ended up in radio and I worked for various radio stations and everything. And I started publishing my own magazine, which was all about art, music, film, and erotica and stuff, this and that. And so that's kind of the path that I took. It
Sounds like a heavy metal
necessarily
magazine.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like heavy metal, the old magazine, heavy metal.
Well, in a way, though, it was the very first produced in the Pacific region, according to some San Francisco magazine. They did a write-up on me, and they said this is the very first goth magazine, whatnot.
That's fucking dope.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. So what I'm doing now, I've worked in a lot of different fields. I was a publicity director for Scriptwriters Network in Hollywood, down there in Hollywood and everything for about 5 years, whatnot. And so I got injured, and I'm making this. It's a very long story, but I'm making it as short as I possibly can. So I got injured. I came back.
No, take your time, Richard.
Right?
You're entertaining as fuck right now, bro.
No, I'm loving it. Yeah,
this is great.
No, I appreciate it. I got injured on the job. I was working at ArcLight Hollywood, as a matter of fact, when I got injured, and because I was a projectionist, and I got injured, and it ended up being this really twisted workers' comp thing, and so now we're literally well, it's 15 years now, and good God, man, that's crazy. All right, so it's 15 years later. Okay. I moved back here. I opened up. I got a settlement, and I opened up a comic and collectible shop, thinking this would be the greatest way that I could fulfill everything that I've ever wanted to do all in one place. And then I realized a year later I'm not good at business, and I had to close it.
Oh, that sucks.
That was in 13. That was in 13. And so now, 10 years later, I realized, actually about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, I realized, you know what? Now that I know all about YouTube and I know a lot of people, a lot of filmmakers, a lot of actors, a lot of this and that, I'm going to do my magazine again. This time it's going to be on video. So that's actually what I'm working on now. And I didn't come here to promote it, though I am working on.
Oh, you're good.
And the project is called The Richards Traveling Underwater Lounge, a variety show project.
Okay.
That is what I'm working on right now. And the first segment is coming out on my birthday, May 29th.
Cool. And you have a YouTube channel?
See, well, I've helped several YouTube channels and everything. I've not focused on mine yet because whatever I put out there, because whatever I've got on I mean, you could find me the Richard 1313, I think it is, though there's nothing of quality there because I've not put anything representing who I am now. So at this second, now I'm not saying that I'm doing a YouTube show. My entire purpose is actually to I got really inspired. I woke up at 3 a.m. in the morning because remember I'm disabled and I was addicted to pain meds. I'm over that now, and that's going to be part of the Traveling Underwater Lounge story. Though I woke up one morning and I saw Quentin Tarantino on public broadcasting, PBS. I'm like, are you kidding me? If this fucker can be on PBS, then so can I. So my project, I've got two versions of it. One is going to be geared towards PBS educational because I want to help people understand how to do art, how to do film, how to get over narcotics, especially how to be healthier. And then the other version is going to be a fucking all balls to the wall. You get to see all the horror things that I know how to do. So
that sounds cool.
That's
I like that.
on, guys.
So you're releasing this on public broadcasts. So it's not going to be. Is it going to be on the internet anywhere where we can watch it, or? Well, you said it releases. You said it's releasing in May.
Yeah, May 29th is the day that that I will at least have a 5 to 7 minute intro, and I'm telling you, I design all of my lights because I used to be a DJ, like I told you, the radio, and then I was like 15 years in the club scene, the 4th largest goth scene in the country. For about 15 years, I would design my own lights with remote controls and lasers and everything. I'm doing that now for this project. I'm turning my, I live in kind of a less than favorable house. I'm turning it into my studio and I'm doing anything and everything I want in it. I've got wires on every single ceiling so I can hang cameras, lights, and effects and gears, pulleys so I could have stop motion and this and that and everything. That's what I'm focusing on. That's where I'm at.
So my question to you, Richard, is how do we access this on May 29th?
Okay, on May 29th, okay, I must tell you, one of the channels, the main channel that I was helping, I'm still with them, though I did pull back so I could focus on my thing, is the Post Geek Singularity, their Burnett work. Now, this is Robert Meyer Burnett. He's also a filmmaker, this and that and everything. I gave him first rights, first look opportunities. So I'm going to share it with him, and it may be on the Burnett work. That may be where it is. there's a chance he may not think that it fits his vibe, and then I will go to PBS. And if not, then I'll create a freaking full on another reality. I'm not worried about him. I don't really care what anybody thinks.
Well, Richard, I just want you to know I want to watch it.
Yeah, I
So
want to check it out.
keep us posted on where we can watch it. I don't know if you have the publicly buzzed email, but it's publiclybuzzed@gmail.com, spelled the same way as the channel name. Yeah, keep us posted because I would love to watch it. I'm super interested.
I will follow up. I believe I became a member of your channel tonight. I believe I have. If not, then afterwards. I think I did though. Here's my thing. I do have theories on this case, and they're very strong theories.
Real quick on the I want to go back to one thing. Back to Hawaii.
Yes.
Where do we cut off from there? I think I cut you off and got you into the movie thing, but were you done with that portion of it?
Okay, regarding Hawaii, I had started doing, I went to film school in London, England back in 2003. And then it was I came back in 2007 is when I met my future wife, and she got pregnant. And I thought, you know what, we can't have the kid here. Drugs and everything are kind of getting pretty bad. And so I convinced her, and so we moved to Hollywood. So that's when we moved to Hollywood, and I started working at Barnes & Noble the following week or whatever, and then ArcLight Hollywood like 2 weeks later or whatnot. And so that's kind of the transition there.
Okay.
And then
so after you basically got X'd out of the church situation with the cult situation there, like you never got pulled back in, like there wasn't any other creepiness that happened from that.
Oh man, like a couple months later, I started going at okay, so if you imagine how Oahu is shaped, I was living in for simplistic reasons, I was living in Waikiki, and because I was homeless essentially, but I was staying with a friend. I lost my job and everything, and so I moved. While I was staying there, I would take the bus over the Poly Highway, and I started working at this Arby's facility, a restaurant, whatever. Sorry. And it was on the other side of the island, but it would take me an hour and a half to get there. I worked there for a month, but I started dating this another girl, and she was full on Mormon, and not that there was anything bad with that. I appreciate it very much. Though she was telling me, if you want to date me, you have to drop all of your family members and stuff, and that's kind of the vibe that I was getting from the church before. As a matter of fact, that's what they told me. If your family's not interested in you, you're going to have to kind of pull away from them. You have to focus everything to find your inner Jesus or whatever they want to call it, whatever. They were telling me to pull away from God. Or pull myself into God, and anybody who's left behind is left behind. And that really sucked too. Though I didn't have any family members at that time that would have been impacted by this. Though the fact that they actually had to tell me was kind of really creepy.
Yeah, that is creepy.
They were establishing. Okay, I need to get my brain focused back onto our topic, your show. Okay.
Yeah.
The church was very creepy because so once they got you cradled into their arms, they wanted you to either pull your family members in or cut them off because they don't believe in God as much as you do.
Which is cult shit, right? That's
Yeah.
that's like 101 cult shit right there.
Yep.
Disconnect you from your family.
Yeah, everything that I've heard about the guys up in Idaho, it sounds exactly like that. And from what we've read and the videos that you showed, the church, what's his dumbass name? He was
Douglas Wilson.
saying that we want to take over the town. We feel that we should be able to do that, and that's not right.
So you mentioned you had a theory. Is this going into the theory?
Okay. All right. Well, I probably have three, though. Going along the because that's the topic of tonight is the church.
Yep.
Okay. Church doesn't like pretty girls with big boobies who show off and dance around and play loud music.
Right.
Okay. So, first of all, let me just say I don't think Bryan Kohberger is the killer.
Okay.
Now, my
So you think he's being
original
set up?
theory, however, is that he did do it because of his studies, and after his Reddit post, he was getting all the advice from the other guys, from the actual criminals, and that he thought that, okay, this is my very first theory. I don't believe this now, though it still could be true. He knew that he was the smartest guy in the room, and I still stand by that, actually.
It is crazy how, like, you know, the ways we've talked about this on other shows, but how he acts, you know, in the face of this currently.
Yeah.
It's weird.
See, my first and third theories are completely oppositional. You're right. I mean, he is creepy, this and that. And what if he took that advice and he tried to prove it on his own, thinking that he could get away with anything because he is smarter than all of the cops there, or most of the cops there in Moscow. I mean, that would make sense. However, it doesn't make sense that he would go out of his way to destroy decades, or a decade of his education and all of the things that he's tried to accomplish. It makes more sense that either he helped the person who did the murders. It makes more sense that he helped or he assisted than if he actually did it himself. Though, let me go ahead and if you could see me, I'm wiping that aside to the side. I don't know. I guess I'm swiping left. I don't know what that means in social. Imagine this. He applied for, and this is where we're going to get deep, and you can cut me off at any time, but imagine if, because he applied to help out local, and the key word is local law enforcement on that certain day. He applied to do that. Okay, and that was about 2 weeks before the incident happened. I think. And then you got to keep in mind there were other suspects. Jack so and so, not necessarily the boyfriend. I think it's the other Jack or something. I don't know. They're JAs, so whatever. And then that person, like what is it? The night after the murders, he got an attorney, and then he was in Africa less than a week later.
Right.
I remember that right there. Okay. And his family is known for contributing to the church. And some of the church members are involved in the PD, Moscow PD. So I think,
I wonder how many church members. You think that it's possible that some of the church has got like almost like hidden mole level members in the police force, like they don't actually know they're within the church.
Yeah,
like
I do.
Creepy levels,
absolutely.
You know what
and
I mean?
I wouldn't even
kind of
call them
reporting
hidden
back, like what's going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call them hidden, because you can look at their church. You can look at any of the records. You will see which members of the police department go to that church. I don't know if it's actually been said public, though it could. That's something that could be found. And
Well, I think
also,
the point Stevie was trying to make there was, is it possible that they have people they don't want the community to know as a
Yeah,
part of the
like,
church, but they are a part of the church?
oh,
yeah, like counting the ones we probably
Like,
definitely, the ones that are
secretly.
open, but what if like there's ones that are like hidden that are like, like what do they call them, provocateurs, like people that go to like these like riots and stuff and like are on the other side really to start the bullshit. Like,
Yep.
what if they're like inside the
I
police
go
force,
with
like
that.
doing creepy shit before Christ Church and Douglas Wilson, but no one knows? I bet that shit's happening.
You know what? I will go with that because, first of all, the church is so powerful. Any church, though, especially one that is kind of as national as this one, and you can tell by the tone of my voice that I'm speaking very literally. This one has strings to be pulled in multiple states. If Now, I mean, we're going real deep, and this is full on, conspiracy, this and that. Though, first of all, I don't think Bryan Kohberger could have pulled all of this off, and it's not that he's so smart. I just think that he was the perfect, he was the perfect patsy because, and if we go back to like the security guard, his security guard job, and who he's working with and who he got into confrontations with, this and that. Say if I was running an organization such as a church, which is an organization, and I wanted to take over these other businesses and everything, I would have other people out there who are not publicly known. I would have them. And even when I had my comic book shop, guys, literally, I did have somebody go down to my competitor who popped up after me because I wanted to know exactly what they were doing. And I found dirt on them. I found out that this guy, he liked to watch pictures of the girls in the bathroom. Okay.
Jesus
I found
Christ.
out because I sent somebody in incognito. I'm thinking that a church that wants
You had a spy. You had a fucking spy.
I'm sorry. Yeah. You got to have people everywhere. You're trying to take over something. You have to know what's going on every single place, and you got to make friends. You got to You got to have the police officers on your side. You got to have everybody on your side, and then when anything comes out, you find the angle that works for you. This guy, this Kohberger guy. He's known for not being personable. He's known what is being said. I mean, I'm sorry. What is being said is he's not personable, and that he doesn't get along with girls.
Seems like he's an introvert, right?
This experience. I don't believe the incel dude.
I didn't say incel. I didn't say introvert, as in he's not a social. He's not a social person. He's more of a extrovert means you're very interactive with people, and introvert you're kind of closed in. You're not. It's not easy for you to go out and meet people and talk to people. Socialize.
And he's going. Supposedly, he went to, according to neighbors, he went to a pool party, and he's done this and he's done that. He's not an introvert.
Yeah, I believe you. I'm with you on the introvert thing, or not introvert, but the incel thing.
The incel thing. Yeah. So I think that it could. Well, okay. First of all, let me just say, beyond a reasonable doubt, he is not. Or let's see, beyond a reasonable doubt, is he guilty? He is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt because there's way too much stuff. There's only two things that will convince me, and I'm not a fan of his. I don't give a flying about him. Okay,
right.
I don't care. I'm curious about this.
It's what we have.
That I'm
fascinated. It's all about the evidence that we actually have, and then you speculate, and that's where you draw your conclusions is off your speculations. But the fact is, we have very little to really go off of right now, right? We have a little bit of DNA on a sheet, and
that's what we preach here.
Phone records, some phone records.
Dive into like all this bullshit, but at the end of the day, we don't have anything, bro.
We got nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
because
we should actually say it
the
more.
only thing that if they say that they found multiple blood DNA from victims, if it's blood from somebody else, then all right, create that case and we'll go down that path. But if there's blood from any of the victims of the Idaho case in his car, boom,
Yep.
or
Dead to
if
rights.
Bryan Kohberger's DNA on anybody or underneath anybody's fingernails, that's when, all right,
Yep.
I give, he's guilty. Otherwise,
Yep.
there's nothing to prove at the second.
Yeah, we do not say it enough on this channel, and I think we actually get called out about it every once in a while. Probably not in the comments of the YouTube videos, but I've seen it in live chats, and it maybe in the comments of the YouTube videos. But the man is still innocent. He has not been proven guilty.
Yeah.
And we go off on these tangents where we speculate all the ways he could have done it or the reasons he would have done it and yada yada yada, whatever it may be. But I mean, he is still an innocent man as we stand right now.
Think about it like this: you got to choose your own adventure book, and it's got 3 chapters, and each chapter, you play a different character. Okay, so the first chapter is Bryan Kohberger. All right, so you're dealing with him. All right, and if that didn't play out, then you read the next chapter, and it could be Jack so and so. It could be this and that, or it could be something even more like I don't want to demean the word satanic. It could be someone even more evil that's involved here. So I don't. My first thought on him, well, the very, very first thought was, oh man, this guy and his dad flew out and they found his dad's DNA. His dad must be the one. Okay. And then my second thought, which was probably the same day, was, wait a second, this guy is studying all of this stuff. Maybe he's trying to become the best, even if he goes to jail without death penalty. Even if he goes to jail, he will become the new Hannibal Lecter who actually advises and helps other people, police organizations solve crimes. Because that, to me, that kind of would fit the vibe. Though I'm really leaning towards he's not the one who did this. I'm really leaning towards he didn't do it. I don't think I think he's a patsy. Yeah.
I'm not that far. I'm not leaning towards he didn't do it, but I'm also not considering the man completely guilty yet. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's me ultimately. That's it until I actually see, just like both you guys are saying right now, some proof, like actual proof. When I say that I think they got the right guy,
solid.
there's a lot of hope there, and I'm just praying to God they've like dotted more I's and crossed more T's than what we think they have at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, if the family, if we don't have the right guy, and the families have to go through all this, that's fucked.
That's the reality
dude.
right there. You just hit the nail on the head. That's the reality. We don't want to do this again. We don't want to go have the families go through all this bullshit all over again. And he's found innocent, and now they have to go find the actual person who did this, and they've wasted so much time on Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah, personally,
personally,
I don't think that we can't say that he is the guy until we see proof, but we hope to God they do. We've already so fucking far into this.
Yep.
That's right.
Okay, here's my big twist in all of this story. Okay, now imagine this, because he's on record for applying to be a police support individual based on his experience and everything like that. And then a week before, I think it was 1 week before, he helped a lady who had a stroke or something. He saved her life a week or two before the murders. Okay, so we got this guy.
Is that the video Stevie did?
I'm not entirely certain.
Which one?
I apologize.
Where he helped save a life?
Yeah, I did do a video on that. Yeah.
Okay, so it's the information is out there. And if you look at just those facts, and for me, being a goth, interested in dark and spooky stuff, I do not like real blood, and I do not like real suffering. he seems to be kind of along those lines. He seems to be a very he wants to help people. He doesn't get along with them very well, but he still wants to help. Now, imagine this theory. This is my theory. Imagine he's in prison, or I mean, he's in jail. He's in county jail. He's not in county jail. He's actually working with the government. They needed somebody. Okay, this is my theory. The federal government, and I'm saying federal, the federal government needed someone to put all the focus on, because what they're working on is actually way deeper than some rando who goes in and he kills a girl and then ends up killing 4 of the other girls. Okay, which was a very professional hit. It appears to me. It was very professional. Yeah. So this could tie back to either the church or the PD or both. And that's why you remember the very first thing that he said is, am I the only one arrested? And then the gag order said to protect the public as well as the police. Okay? Why would any gag order or would anything say we want to also protect the police?
Yeah, I remember that. Only thing I could think on that end is that it was just a viral thing, and the way everyone was just going crazy.
Yeah, that's
maybe
gag orders
people would actually be going after the police department.
Yeah, gag orders aren't that
It's a really weird one. I mean, that's stuck
But
out of my
that is
head.
weird.
I
I
mean,
do remember that. I gave you that.
We'll find out soon. But what if he's actually working with the FBI because he wanted to help the local PD? Now, what if he's in? And I really am leaning towards the FBI because he does have what it takes. He's non-emotional, which means he's not going to be judgmental this way or that way. He's going to be kind of straight down the line when he's making his decisions. He's not going to pull out, oh, I kind of like that girl. She's not guilty. She's not guilty. You know, that's not his thing. So those are my theories,
there's so many
guys.
different ways you could go with it. But man, Richard, thank you for calling in here, bro. Dude, please, first of all, please actually email me at publiclybuzzed@gmail.com or follow me on Twitter or something. I'd like to actually stay in contact with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
we will do that.
And I want to watch what you release.
Yeah, I'm super intrigued, and it was really cool talking to you.
Like, or whatever that you're doing. I
want to stay in contact.
Oh, you better believe it. I didn't mean to promote it here, though. You better.
No, you're totally good. We're happy that you did.
Yeah, you're good, man. Sounds like you've had an interesting life, but yeah, please.
Love and aloha. This is D. Richard. I'll talk to you later.
Nice. Later, bro.
Good night, man.
Email me.
Nice.
Dan,
yeah,
dude.
I will. I promise.
Dan, hopefully Russ will be back.
He hasn't. I haven't seen him come back yet.
All right, that son of a bitch.
And he said he would be back in like 10 minutes, and I don't. It's been more than 10 minutes.
I got to piss.
I do too, but you go first.
I saw the finger come up.
You go first. You go first.
I will be right back.
I got to talk to somebody here. Somebody's talking about who was it? Damn, I done lost it. Fuck.
I didn't.
Who was it?
Do I have the chat up here? I don't think I have the chat thing.
Go piss, because I got to piss real bad.
All right, I'll be back.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, it was Christine Brown. Christine. There's no proof that he had IDs yet. This stuff is coming out, and we have no proof of it. We don't know if that's true or not. And the reason we can believe this freak could be innocent is because the reality is people are innocent until proven guilty. We have to see the case. We have to see the trial. We have to understand the trial. We have to understand the evidence presented in the trial. That's something that's unique with this case. We don't have the information yet because of the gag order, right? There's a gag order on this case, so we're getting basically nothing to go off of. You know, we have a couple of little elements of evidence for the arrest of Bryan Kohberger, but that does not prove that he's guilty. Those trinkets of evidence. And they really are just trinkets of evidence. It's the smallest amount of evidence you could probably possibly have. I mean, to be honest, it was enough to arrest the man on, but I don't think it's enough to convict the man on. It may not be enough to convict. I just explained the ID. The ID is not proven. It's not proven that he had any of the. This is something that News Nation came out with. It's not fact. These things are not fact. There is no guarantee. They're saying, basically News Nation is coming out with stories saying Bryan Kohberger had IDs of one of the victims. They don't know that, and we don't know that. They're claiming insider information, right? The IDs were on the search warrant. What search warrant? Like where? I don't remember seeing that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing out. It doesn't say whose it is. Yeah. So he had, it explicitly says that he has an ID of one of the victims. Because I don't remember seeing that. Now, and Christine, the other people are defending you now, so you may actually be right. It's just hearsay. That's what. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I think it's not. There's nothing actual. There's no actual evidence that he had any ID, as far as I remember. Yeah, there's nothing's. Honestly, everything you hear about this case right now is just. It's take it with a grain of salt at best, right?
Tag.
So, Stevie, do you have any any understanding of?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, now you can hear me. Do you have any understanding of this ID situation?
Yes.
There's no proof that he has an ID of one of the victims.
There's
right?
no proof of anything. No.
Okay. On that, I'm gonna go take a piss. Because that's what I was saying, and I just want to make sure I was correct. Okay.
Yeah, there's no actual proof. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of interesting speculation that Jennifer Coffindaffer, I think she was the first person to talk about it. We got watch some of the last night's late night stream, I believe was the one we were talking about that. Woo, getting buzzed up, boys and girls. The Richard, thank you. And please get in my email, publiclybuzz@gmail.com. Follow me on Twitter. I don't know if you fuck with Twitter. I do like Twitter. Has anybody seen my boy Russ? Get in here, my man. Thank you all so much. Bleed the Dragon. My boy Bubbly Waters, thank you. Geckles, new name. Thank you for popping in here. Appreciate it. Hope you're subbed up. Bitch Franklin, one of my favorite names. One of my favorite names. Absolutely. Let's see here, go full screen. And hold on 1 second. I'm not going anywhere. Just hold on 1 second. Try to put that music in here, but just like low in the background to see if it works. Let me know if that sounds decent. Guess I can check too.
Houston, we'll go down that path.
Try to put that music in here, but just like low. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Just a little tunage in the background, you know, as we wait on Russ. Maybe I'll bring Russ in with the guitar riffs. Boom. There he is. Holy shit, I did it. Oh, wow. Hey, it's Russ. What's up? Okay. Holy shit. It's working. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Russ, thank you so much. Oh, fuck yeah. Let me get the number for you. I literally lured him here with some good jams. Russ, my brother, call this right here Boom. And I will answer, sir. A little bit of tunage in the background. Is it at a good level to where you can still hear me talk, but still hear the music? Everybody let me know. Thank you. Waiting on Russ to call. Waiting on Russ to call. I went and got my drink refilled. I'm going to have to see a man about dog, though. As well, we'll wait till Dan gets back. We'll wait till Russ gets on. 1 in the morning, 1:03 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you all for being here, seriously, this deep. If you haven't liked this, please like the video, guys. It really helps me out in the aftermath of this thing and the algorithm on YouTube. Continue to grow. It's crazy. You guys kill it, man. You guys make it so much fun. Share this out. YouTube really likes that. And if you're not subbed up, again, hit subscribe. Hit the 3 little dots on the side and make sure all notifications are clicked on so you don't miss any posts. Today I was talking some shit about Chris Cuomo in the community. Always posting pictures of my dog and the kitties. Holy shit, here we go.
Call from
Russ.
Russ, what is going on, my brother? Welcome to Publicly Buzz Live again.
Hey, man, a long time ago, we've been going in and out. Like, I've been like, I had to help a friend out because he was like, I just had to help because it's help ever and hurt never. You know, that's how it should be.
Yeah, dude, you're helping somebody out. I love that, brother. How you been?
I've been a little, well, I lost my dog in June and I'm still not getting over her. The guy goes, hey, man, why don't you get another dog? And I went, I had her for 16 years and I like cried like a baby for like 6 months. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a big dog, dude. I hate to hear that, brother.
Yeah, but she was my best friend. Like that guy talked about being homeless, that Richard guy, and I was homeless for over close to 5 years, and now I have a place. I'm blessed and I'm humbled. And now I go out and feed the homeless, and you know we have a church. Our church, we go every other Saturday, and it's not like it's an unconventional church. It's like an open mic, and everybody just speaks their mind.
Okay, that sounds interesting. That's
and
cool.
then we go out, and then we have a lot of like this is San Pedro, and always people like they're upper class. I go, we're all the same class. I said, I go, some people don't have no class, but that's okay. But I'm just saying. But yeah, I just you know, it's like they talked about the church, and I go, it's not the church that does, it's God, it's faith. Religion and politics gets people in trouble and in fights. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, dude. Most of the
I
time,
go,
right?
I go,
That's more often than not with that. With religion.
I got to see him like a couple about 4 weeks ago, and I haven't seen him since we buried my mom in 2015, and it was like beautiful. And I just miss, you know, everybody misses their mom and dad when they go away.
Oh, dude,
but,
absolutely.
just like they're my heroes. My dad goes, "You're never a hero till you're dead." I didn't even know what he meant. Now I know what he means.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Something like that will always take you down a peg, you know, emotionally and mentally, but. Dude, to keep on going and, you know, staying strong. And then again, even just as late, you know, late as June to lose your dog, that freaking sucks, man. But,
yeah, my sister took a lot of the, she was on I go, just take care of my truck. She goes, why is that? I go, I'm going to probably be living in it. Because I couldn't smog it. I had it for 17 years. And my mom put the down payment on it. She goes, I'll put $500 down. You promise to pay it off. And I go, yes. And I did. And it was more like a sentimental thing. It was a Toyota Tacoma.
Oh man, that's awesome.
But I've been without a vehicle since 2018 now, and I was a commercial driver. I had like the CDL. I went cross country. And when you guys see when you were in West Virginia, that's where my best friend's father was from, and he went to elementary school with Jerry West, because Jerry West was from West Virginia.
Okay.
But it's just crazy though. And then when you guys see West Virginia, and then my first wife's mom was from West Virginia. She went to West Virginia, the University of the Mountaineers.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, dude, the Mountaineers, West Virginia Mountaineers. That's where I'm at right now, dude. So you're in California.
Yeah, it's like
You said San Diego?
California. It's by LA. But it's like it's
Is that where you were homeless at?
It's middle class.
Is that the location that you was homeless at?
But when you're not working, and I'm trying to work, but I can't stand on my feet too long. I got all this pain going on, and I never would take pills because too many of my friends have Oxycontin when that was going on.
Pills.
They all died from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I hate pills, man.
Because I don't want to swallow anything. I'm sorry, man. Thank God I was scared of that and needles. Everything else, though, I did.
Hey, Russ, this is Dan. I just got back. It is so good to hear from you, man. I'm so glad that you called in.
Yeah, I didn't know. I just wanted to call you guys because I promised it. I hope this is the right number. But then that lady came on the voice and I go, hey, the ghost advantage here. You guys told me, but I was touched by both of you guys when you said I love you, and I haven't been hearing that very much lately, and it felt man, I just broke down for after I saw that, I kept on breaking down. I go, I gotta stop this. Then when I think about my dog, I just break down because it was like her name was Cookie. She was named after Magic Johnson's wife, and anyway, she was a shelter pet. My niece had her, my other niece had her, and then my sister had her, and my sister kept on going, "You're not gonna get Cookie." I go, I don't want a dog. And the first time Cookie looked at me, she growled at me. She was a Chihuahua. She was a mix, though. She was a fat Chihuahua. But she was just a great dog. She was like,
dude,
my best friend.
I have a fat Chihuahua right now. It's my mom's dog. I take care of my mom, and she's had the dog for several years now. And Stevie needs to post a picture. I actually sent Stevie a picture of my mom's dogs. He needs to put it on the community.
I will.
She's a fat little Chihuahua. She's an adorable dog.
She's awesome. She's older too.
Yeah, they last. They're the longest living dogs, you know.
Yeah, the one that we have is the one that we have. I think is 11 or 12 years old. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think. The dog's 11 or 12 years old.
Yeah, the Chihuahua that we have. She's a mixed Chihuahua, I believe, but yeah, she's 11 or 12. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Mixed. Mine was a mix too. I wondered what her mix was though, but she was like, she wasn't in love with me. She was obsessed. You know,
awesome.
I mean, I go to the bathroom. She has to go with me to the bathroom. I go, my God, what's up?
You know what's funny?
When her health was deteriorating, I kept going, no, it's going to get better. It's going to get better. And these guys are going, hey, man, she's getting old. I go, everybody gets old. And I go, gosh, damn. I go like that. And then when I had to go to say goodbye to her, I couldn't let go. I said about 5 minutes, and I go, I should have had her mind. I'm not letting her go. And I had her bed there, and she was like, I couldn't watch. I had to leave. But I spent 30 minutes just crying on top of her, saying, I love you.
That's horrible.
And I called out to go to heaven, though. I go, I don't know if I'm going to go, but I know you will. And that, because you know what? They give unconditional love.
Yeah, dude.
Unconditional
they
love.
Do.
The dogs
are
are,
best, man.
That's why God spelled backwards his dog, maybe. I don't know. It's just a theory.
Right?
But,
that one works for me. I like that one.
What is it? What is the thing? I read something, and I hope I get it right. I probably won't. I probably won't remember it correctly. But it's something like a child asks a dad, like, why do dogs not live as long as humans? And the father explained to the child, dogs are born pure. They already know unconditional love. Humans have to learn it. That's why humans have to live long enough to learn that unconditional love, whereas dogs are born with it. That's why they live a shorter life.
Wow.
It's something along those lines.
I think it should be reversed, though.
Powerful thing.
If they unconditional love you, that means they should live longer. But it's the truth, though. I believe that. I believe that and some people don't know what unconditional love is, and that's sad.
Yeah.
It could be this guy that's.
I can't believe the people that can take a dog and dump them off in their older age and shit, man. Like,
oh my God,
I don't get that stuff. Like, you're bonded to that thing, dude, forever.
Paris, and he was a big Carolina Panther fan when they went to the Super Bowl against the Patriots. And I wasn't saying I wanted the Patriots, but I didn't like the Panthers, though. But I mean, I'm not dissing anybody, but that's when Tom Brady was there. You know, Tom Brady was he's going back to the Patriots. You messed up. But anyway, I don't know, he had like 8 dogs in the backyard, and they were all loved. He never neglected any of them. They were all different breeds, and they all got along. and they had a dog with 3 legs, and her name was Bama. Some guy threw her in a dumpster with a trash bag. That's just crazy, though. How could you, like you said, how could you just throw a dog away?
No, that's insane to me. It's like you see it all the time, and it really does blow my mind. How could somebody be that cruel?
That's yeah, because it's like, I don't understand that. I don't know how somebody, it's just like the whole Ford stuff with the 4 students. How could somebody take somebody else's life?
Yep.
It's like life is precious, and I don't blame the father. I like that dad, that Kaylee's father. I mean, I'm not into I just want justice, but if they're going to convict somebody, they better damn well make sure it's him. Because if they put a man to death and he's innocent, and it's happened before. But I mean, because it's like just because you don't get along with people doesn't mean you're going to kill them.
Oh,
but I don't know.
So
I just don't want to.
I actually found the quote. I found the quote. Here it is. So people are born so that they can learn how to live a good life, like loving everybody all the time and being nice, right? Dogs already know how to do that, so they don't have to stay as long.
Wow. So because then we're here, we're like it's like a test for us, huh?
We have to learn it, whereas dogs don't have to learn it. They come into the world already with unconditional love, so they don't have to stay as long. It's very powerful. I actually really resonated with that. Yeah.
And that's why if we don't learn that, we don't go. That's what it is. They have a heart.
Right?
It's in their heart. And I think it's in their soul too. Because I walked out of a church because the guy goes, "Who would take a puppy over a human being?" And I raised my hand, and I go, "They'll show you love. They just want to be loved." And I go, "There's too many humans here that don't want to be loved, but maybe they had a bad upbringing. It's all on your foundation." My mom and dad were my heroes. They gave me love, unconditional love. That's my mom and dad. But when I was wrong, though, they didn't stick up for me. You know, and it's like, oh, I go, "Hey, Dad, got my 3rd DUI. I'm going for a year." And he goes, "Well, gotta learn." And then they came and visited me one time in jail, and I go, they were searching them all. I saw that. I go, "Never come back here again. I don't want to see what I just saw with you guys." And you know, get that. You had to learn how. You know, if I drink, don't drive. If I drive, don't drink. But I didn't hurt nobody. I had 3 of them, and I deserved it. But this one guy had 6 months, and he killed somebody. But it was only his first one, he said. And it wasn't that. It was he's from Huntington Beach, a rich area. His father was a lawyer. He got off. You know how politics plays it. But he took a life. But I'm just saying, he's got to live with that for the rest of his life. But then the people that lost their loved one have to live that for the rest of their life. You know what I mean? There's no equal for anybody in that.
Yeah. I mean, we were just talking earlier about unspeakable things that we were talking about this Christ Church thing where they have a history of which a lot of churches and a lot of religions have a history of I don't know how I should word it because I don't want to say the words, but you know, doing things to children, right?
The Catholic. What about the Vatican? The Nazis.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. You know what I'm talking about. And they get a slap on the wrist sometimes. And it's literally the worst thing that's imaginable.
It's not right. It's not fair because Andrew Dice Clay gets kicked off for saying cuss words, but Madonna can do those things, and Michael Jackson can do those things, and the priest can do the altar boys, and it's not right.
You get it, Russ. You fucking get it.
Well, I know, and you know what? I don't get it when I was out there. I go, none of my family went out there, and now that my niece got this big settlement, I go, I don't want none of your money. I just wanted your love. I go, what I got, money can't buy. So
yeah,
I just, you know, everybody's thinking money will come in there. I would love to have, but I go, what I want, what I need is what I want. My wants to come later, but I'm like going to be 62, and my health is decreasing drastically, and I just, I don't have a lot of time left, and I know that, but I'm good. I'm good because I want to go see my mom and dad anyway. And if I don't make it to up there with them, I told God I want to talk to him for all day long, and that'd be cool with me. But I'm pretty sure I don't know. It's just I know in my heart that I got love in my heart instead of hate.
Absolutely,
Russ. You know what touches me the most, Russ, about this whole thing is you actually like we have provided a fucking. It's completely out of random happenstance. We have provided a platform for you to tell a story and people have fallen fucking in love with you. And dude, you are a pure soul. You are amazing. We love you here. It's incredible to hear from you.
It's awesome.
Very and very appreciate that. I'm not into my dad told me it takes more of a man to cry than to hold it back, but I can't. I mean, I'm just like, I cried when my dad died. I cried when my mom died. I cried when my people that I love died. But the worst thing was letting my dog go. But like my dad and mom were like, my dad was like, I wanted to be like my dad. That's why I was trying to, and he was my hero. That's when I got cut off there. My phone just shut off on me. And he was my hero. And I wanted to be like my dad.
And I mean, the people have actually taken to you pretty well. Like, they love you, dude. Hey, real quick though, I want to ask you this. Last time everybody was wanting to talk about, we were kind of going down to talk about like you went into the music field a little bit, because basically you and Dan went down the path of talking about guitarists and stuff. Of all time, your entire life, all of it, what do you think was your all-time favorite concert that you attended?
Oh my God. Oh man. Oh God. I mean, oh my God. Gosh, damn. It'd be, oh man. Sabbath's 20th reunion tour was fucking ass kicking. Pantera opened up and I missed that because we were late. Oh. God damn. And then I went to see Van Halen.
Oh wow.
You missed Pantera?
Chains opened up. And I never saw he said, Man in the Box was the last song, and we're pushing my buddy's car. I go, I thought you said you had gas.
Wow.
I went, because I think River of Deceit's one of my favorite songs. But I like the Alice in Chains a lot. I like Chris Cornell of I never got to see Soundgarden, but I love Chris Cornell. It's the song called Super Unknown. That song hits my heart. That's
okay.
But AC/DC as the Back in Black tour, oh man, that was a great tour.
Oh man, you see AC/DC back in the day.
Hey, but NXS at the Greek Theater, they put on a fucking great show. And Live, a group called Live on their Throwing Copper tour at the Greek, that was good. And then I saw fucking, I love, what would you do if I? Oh,
did you ever see Motley Crue? Did you ever see Motley Crue, Russ?
I never saw the Crew.
Oh, that'd been badass, bro. I love Motley Crue.
Yeah.
I love Motley Crue. Motley Crue kicks ass.
They're fucking badass, dude. They're one of the most badass bands ever. I don't care what anybody fucking says.
They're great. It's like, one of the guys retired, was it Mick Mars? And now he's suing them or something like that? What the heck's going on here? My best concert of all time, though, would be, oh, God. And, gosh, yeah. I never got into Bruce Springsteen, but then my buddy goes, we're going to go see Bruce at that sports tree. I fell in love with him. He put like a 4.5-hour show, man. I was sweating bullets after that show. But the big man, Curtis Clemens Blues. I always wanted to see Bob Seger, too, and I never got a chance for that. But I like who's my favorite concert of all time? Gosh damn, I seen AC/DC like 3 times. I never got to see Maiden though. It pissed me off. But
Maiden would have been good.
Yeah, Maiden would have been good too.
Oh yeah, because it's like God. But gosh dang it. I gotta say, man, it's too tough. It's like, I saw Pearl Jam. I love Pearl Jam. What's the other one? Oh man, who? God damn it. It's got to be. I saw the Fair Warning tour with Van Halen. That was a great concert. I saw one Carl Lowe's concert with Sammy. That was good. I saw Sammy Hagar open up for Boston at the Forum years ago, and my ticket was $9.
Holy shit! Wow, $9.
Yeah, I want to see Metallica. I got a chance. I got a chance. My buddy goes, "Hey, we go see Metallica." I go, "Man, those tickets are outrageous." He goes, "I'll get it." I go, "What?" I go, "Man, all the shit you do for me." I go, "No, dude, I can't do that." He goes, "No, man, go." My wife hates Metallica. I go, "She hates Metallica?" I go, "What's wrong with your wife?"
What's wrong with your wife?
It's like I love them.
You like guar? Do you like guar, Russ?
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
It's like, you guys like, it was like, gosh dang it. You know, oh, man, do you like Judas Priest?
Oh, yeah. Judas Priest.
Oh, yeah. Rock some Judas Priest, brother.
One of the best voices, too.
Dude, he sounded amazing. I mean, probably still, yeah. He's one of the greatest singers of all time. He really was amazing.
Yeah, he's in the top 10 of all time, for sure. And so was Ronnie James Dio.
Dude, Dio. Oh, my God. Dio was insane.
And you know what? I got to say, the Stone Temple Pilots, Scott Weiland had he was a great front man.
Who was it?
You like Stone Temple Pilots?
Stone Temple. Yeah.
They were great. It's like, they call it the grunge. I don't like that grunge crap. It's rock and roll, man.
Yeah.
You know, and
I like
the Foo Fighters kick ass.
Yep.
And then it's
nice,
like
a nice collection, man. Because I mean, yeah, that's awesome.
What happened?
Yeah,
just a nice collection of music that you're naming off, man. You can go all over the place. I love it.
I'm super jealous of like the bands that you have seen because you've been through like some of the greatest of all time. You've been to some of their concerts, and that's insane.
I go see Bruce a bunch of times. I saw Tom Petty a couple times. I saw Jackson Brown open for Tom Petty. That was a great concert.
The list goes on.
I saw Peter Frampton. I saw Boston. I saw Foreigner. I seen Edgar Winter. I saw freaking Eddie Money a bunch of times when he was doing. I saw Pat Benatar opening for Eddie Money.
Russ, let me ask you this: Did you see these bands like just in the town that you were living in at the time, or did you travel to go to see all these guys all the time? Are you like a traveling man?
It was like I stood in line at the concert tickets, you know, and I got my seats. And the scalpers were killing us, man. And it was like, what the fuck? And this guy was standing in line. He goes, I got this Bruce.
Have you always lived in that area, Russ?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Have you always lived in that area though?
You know what? No, I was from San Diego. I was born in San Diego. I lived in Santa Monica and Venice.
Okay, so you were in a hot area where a bunch of badass bands were rolling through all the fucking time. Dude, you were seeing badass shit in the 80s in that area is crazy.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Bro, I can't believe you didn't see Motley Crue. That'd have been fucking dope.
UFO?
Yep, UFO.
I saw
some trippy ass fucking bands, bro.
You know who kicked ass?
Rush? Did you ever see Rush?
Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo with Danny Open. That band would kick ass. And
Oh shit! Yeah.
But Pearl Jam a bunch of times. I seen John Mellencamp a couple of times. I love him. It's like
you're just a music connoisseur.
Dude, your music tastes are dope.
Anything that's rock metal related, you're on it.
You're like,
amazing.
You know what?
That's
if
awesome.
this thing has a guitar, let's go.
There it is. Yeah.
Hey, I've never. My hands are jacked. I can't. The person I live with is named Rick. He's got all these instruments in his sound room, and he has his buddies come over and they jam. And he quit partying, right? So his friends kept on. I go, dude, you don't have to do that shit to perform your music, you assholes. I go, if that's the way it goes, man, that's horrible. But a lot of people were just like, oh, you're being sober, so you're fucked up. And I go, no, I think I did a lot to my body. And I fucked it all up, and I can't keep going. I got to stop. That's when you have to say, stop. I've been drinking. I should have just kept on drinking. Yeah, I didn't know you guys were drinking on the show. I was going to say, fuck, man, I wish I was. That's what I said. I wish I was.
Bro, we be drinking on every show. Hey,
yeah, we always drink it.
Russ, hey, from the chat, live chat, do you have a favorite trip story? Favorite acid trip or mushroom story?
Okay, I never did mushrooms. I did acid.
Okay, what's your favorite acid story?
That one guy that tripped us up with a devil man. He lives in New Mexico now.
That's the one you told last time, yeah.
But I said, you're going to go. I go, I don't want to go visit him. I'm going to go ahead and do him in for us missing that concert. But yeah, but
just, like, you were probably. Were you ever tripping at any of these concerts that you went to? You had to be, right?
Oh yeah, I went to see Rush on the moving pictures when they first came out, at the Forum years ago, and the first song, I didn't even know. I passed out. I woke up with my girlfriend, her name was Julie at the time, and she took my keys and woke me up at the end of the concert. That was the end of the concert. We had to go home.
That's badass. Yeah.
Jesus.
So, like in the 80s in like California in that area, was acid pretty prominent? Like, could you get acid pretty easily?
Oh yeah. Especially in the 70s, late 70s and early 80s, all the time. You get like Mickey Mouse. This one girl took a whole square, a whole thing, and I go, "What the fuck?" The only thing is a quarter of it, and we go upstairs.
Like a whole sheet?
And she wants to jump through the window.
Like a whole sheet?
You said she jumped through the window?
Like not a square. You said square, but like a whole sheet?
Yeah, you got that sheet where you only have to take corners. Everybody takes a corner. She took the whole thing.
And the bitch jumped through a window?
Yeah, she tried to jump through a window. Me and my friend would caught her from going. We just got back from the AC/DC concert.
Wow.
And then Blue Oyster Cult was on because we took
all of your stories.
Wait.
We just got back from
Hold
this
on.
epic concert. And then
So you went to go see AC/DC and Blue Oyster Cult, tripping balls. She took way too much acid to get back to her house, and she jumps out the window.
Yeah. Okay, here it is. Okay, we go to the concert. It's in San
Hey,
Bernardino.
Russ. Break it. Yeah, I think you're about to do it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Break it down from the very beginning.
yeah, because this is like
I want all of that.
an amazing story.
Give me all of that day.
Okay. I was going with a girl named Irene. Irene was hot, and Debbie was hot. I was going with Felicia. There were three sisters, and she was young. She had a crush on me, and I didn't want to break her heart. I took her to AC/DC at the back of Lexor, and then she got me these double horns. It was great. Anyway, we're at their house, we're partying, and their mom drank like a fish. I mean, she drank me. I go, damn. Because she goes, I bet I can out-drink the rest. We had a fifth of Bacardi rum. She kicked my ass. I said, okay, I'm done. But anyway, we're there, we're partying, and then all of a sudden, my brother goes, hey, you want to get some acid? And I went, you sure? I go, have you ever done it? He goes, no, I like to try it. I went, okay, I'll drive. So it was me, my brother, another guy, and the three sisters. We all go. And we bought it at the concert. The guy had in the parking lot. And I told Debbie, I go, Debbie, hold this for me. So she puts it in her pocket. Then she goes to the bathroom. There was 2 sheets. And she gave me 1 sheet back. I go, hey, where's the other one? She goes, I took it. I go, no, you're supposed to take a quarter of it. And she took the whole thing.
What?
And she didn't trip.
Who does that?
The first group was Molly Hatchet. They were good. The second group was AC/DC. I go, these guys should be opening up. I mean, closing the show down. And they were great. And then Blue Oyster Cult came on, and they moved that song Godzilla.
Yeah.
Anyway, Godzilla comes out, and Debbie starts tripping on the acid chair. Here comes her trip. It starts to go into effect. And then I'm going, this is going to be a fun ride. So we get back home, and she goes, I want to fly. I go, no, we're driving the car. We're not flying.
No.
So we get to the room. We're all partying. We're smoking, booze, and all that stuff, and drinking. And all of a sudden, she's flying crazy. I mean, I'm seeing my psychedelic, which is cool. I'm like getting mellow, and all of a sudden, here comes. She's just coming from the other side of the bathroom, and they lived in a 2-story house, and there's a window wide open on the balcony. And she's just running like crazy. And me and my friend, we grabbed her and tackled her before, and her mom comes in as we're tackling her. And then her mom goes, what are you doing to my daughter? I go, we're saving her life.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but she wanted to call the police on us. I go, what? But after she was said and done, she goes, Mom, I go, don't tell your mom what you did. And she goes, I promise. And nope, that didn't work out. She, what did you guys give my daughter?
That
was good. It never does. That's why when you listen with a bunch of guys to a concert, rock and roll, you got to go with heavy metal.
Right.
You gotta go with guys.
They're not going to believe you guys. Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's like I've been like, and then I went to a group called Prodigy, and I saw.
You saw Prodigy on acid?
Lollapalooza.
You saw Prodigy on acid? Holy fuck, dude! That'd be wild as shit.
Oh yeah, I know. It's like I'm sure I remember AC/DC. Let There Be Rock. It was a movie. No, is it Let There Be Rock or If You Want Blood? It was. It had that concert from Glasgow, Scotland. You remember that?
I don't remember that. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because but the movie had to be from all around. They thought they're from Australia, but Bon Scott was from Scotland, and that's when they had the the bagpipes. The bagpipes.
Yeah.
It's a long way to the top to be a rock and roll. That's a great song.
I know the song. But were you talking about like a movie or like a documentary or something? Is that what you were talking about?
No, it was a movie, and it was a
movie. Okay. Yeah.
That's where I really got introduced by AC/DC.
Gotcha. I never saw the movie though. Yeah, I've never seen that.
Yeah, you gotta check it out. I was drunk off my ass. We're running to the box office to get the tickets for the show, the movie, and I hit my feet because we're drinking Jack Daniels. We fell off a fifth. Anyway.
Oh yeah, from 1980. There's a fucking movie. Yeah.
My toes hit it, and I slid all the way in the concrete, and all my pants ripped and bloody in both legs. And they go, Rush, okay? I go, we gotta get to the show. Let's go, get up.
What the?
Oh my god, dude.
Dude, Russ, you have the best fucking stories. Oh my god, I love it.
I want these assets and concert stories.
Oh yeah, it's like that was.
You need
like,
to be a fucking regular on this show, dude. When you
I'm
have
gonna make
time,
a segment. It's gonna be acid and concert stories with Russ.
When you have time, you need to fucking pop on and be here because this is amazing.
I got some Jonas Jack when I visited my buddy 3 weeks ago. And it was smooth. And I go, gosh, I can't do this. But why? It tastes good and it's smooth. I can't do this. But I had like 4 shots. 4 pretty
What was
big
it? You
shots.
said 3 weeks ago?
And, yeah, about 3 weeks ago. I haven't been drinking over I guess 3 or 4 years. I didn't drink. But I go.
Oh,
I
you were sober and you just had another drink?
Today. When I was 15, I started drinking.
Wait, hang on. Let's pause for a second.
Give me beer at 17. He goes, if you're old enough to go tote a gun in Vietnam, you should be old enough to be responsible for how to drink.
Right.
But I go, Dad, that's a good thing. I'll take a Budweiser.
But you were saying that you've been sober for several years and you just started back drinking again?
No. I just drank that one day.
Oh, just that one
I
day.
got my buddy Dave. He's like a connected guy, and he's a great dude. He knows the mob, but he's like, and I went with the mob rules. I go, if you're a fool, if you believe in fools, the mob rules. And that's all
What
there is
the
to
fuck?
it. But no. But he's like he's just like he's called the peacemaker. He used to be, and he did some time in Pelican Bay, and he's just a great dude. He's a big influence on me. And when I went out with him. He was called the Tax Man. He was collecting for the guys, right? And all of a sudden, he's just a great individual, though. And he noticed he was rushing that selling it. I go, no, I'm doing it. And he stopped me calling. Then I went to rehab. I got to rehab, and then all these stories. But then I went to these meetings, and they get me depressed. These meetings are depressing. So I go and use again.
Wait, so... Russ, you're talking about a friend of yours who works for the fucking mob?
Yeah, he used to. He used to go 10 days and work at the Orleans. They had boxing. Yeah, he worked there 10 days out of the month, and he was a bodyguard. He used to bodyguard Ernie Shavers, Ken Norton, who else? Jimmy Young, all these guys. Lou Duva. He was familiar with boxing. He was a trainer. He just died. But he was just the guy. Just like he's 6'8", 285, all muscle, and he's just a great man. But he's a great man. Now he's serving God. I'm sorry, he does. He's got to come around to this church every other Saturday. It's unconventional. I don't want to go to no Catholic church. They're gonna bow down, and when they're bowing down, I'm standing up. And when I'm standing up, they're bowing down. I couldn't get to it. I couldn't do it. And then they were taking this communion. I go, the only thing I like about it is that grape juice. I was thirsty when I was a little kid. I go, I like the grape juice. I was drinking for his blood, and it tastes like grape juice. I go, this is Welsh's grape juice, And then my mom's going, be quiet. But I go, okay, Mom. We don't know. We weren't Catholic, though. My mom was Catholic, she was a Christian. And my mom walked the walk. My mom turned the other cheek. She was like, if you were like rotten, the most rotten person in the world, she would see good in you. And I just went, wow. And when my
Holy
mom was
shit.
dying, I go, hey, Mom, why am I the last person to know that you're going to die? And she goes, because you cared the most. And I went,
Ooh, wow.
I just go, that floored me.
Yeah, they kind of floored me just now, and I'm not even like a part of your family. Like that's intense right there.
Yeah, I mean, well, they used to call me intense, and I go, Russ, you don't need anything, man. You're already fucking pumped up. I go, you would do? I don't care what you say. I do what I want to do. You do what you want to do. I never hurt nobody. I help people. And the guy goes, yeah, I see that, but man, one of these times, man, I go, nope. And Dave always told me, goes, you got a problem, Russ, just let me know. If you want somebody, just let me know. And I go, and I got kind of scared. I go, I got that power to do that. And I go, no, that's playing God. He goes, Russ, I'm just saying, if somebody killed my daughter, I have 2 girls, and they both got their masters. Believe that? I'm the dumbest ass in the world. They both
nice,
got
dude.
masters.
I mean, that shows that. I mean, did you raise them, Russ?
My first one, yeah. My second one, halfway. The moms
Well,
were
there you
like,
go. That's a
they
testament
just
to
played
your
like 15.
parenting, right? That's a testament to.
Yeah, that's pretty
I mean,
dope. That's
we
badass.
can feel it. We can see it through you. Like, I mean, everybody in here can see it through you. You're a good guy.
Yeah,
So
you're a good dude,
that's
man.
that's a testament to you being able to raise your kids. I mean, they ended up. You always, and here's the thing, Russ, and you know this. I know you know this. You want your kids to live a better life than you'd lived, right?
Hell yeah! I go, you want to
And
be
they-
a success?
And
be
they
the
fucking did,
opposite
didn't
of
they?
me.
There you go.
Be the
You killed
opposite
it.
of me, you will be a success. Because whatever you thought was, I'm trying to tell you though. My dad goes, you're gonna go to the school of hard knocks. You're gonna Hard Knocks University said you're not gonna learn from nobody else's. You're gonna learn from your own, and it's gonna take you time and time and time, but eventually you'll get it. And my dad was just a straight shooter though.
Look,
I
Russ.
love my dad. I gotta go to the
we're gonna have.
my family got a bunch of money. I go, did you get a marker from Mom yet? You know, the bastard never got my mom a marker. Yeah, we had a shooting at our house, and that's why my mom was dying anyway. So she had to get rid of the house because when the bullets start flying, people start dying. So I'll cut the line. They're doing that crap here, and that's what I told people. Hey, man, you can't do that stuff here. They were doing that fraud, credit card fraud crap. But they were doing small time. They were doing big time. I mean, they had U-Haul trucks full of big screens and all this. Hey, here's a gift card. I go, screw you, dude. That's blood money. I don't want it. I didn't earn it. And I never took anything from that. And then I was always getting arrested. I got arrested 9 times in 6 months for a terrorist threat. They said, you can't say the K word. I go, that's my sister. My sister and I, I go, and I was in the back of the car with these 2 deputies in the front. And I go, and I was cuffed. I was caught. They go, hey, man, calm down. I go, you know what? I always say calm down. I don't want to calm down. But you know what? I got one question. I don't even know if you can tell me the truth. Because I don't believe the police no more. Because they're like, I wanted to be a cop when I grew up. And the older I got, the less I wanted to be one. It was weird. And I don't know why.
Yeah.
But it's a tough job. But you know what? You're supposed to enforce the law, not be the law.
Yeah.
But so Lee Baca was going to come to our house. If you can look up Lee Baca, he was LA Sheriff Chief for a long time, but he got indicted for all these gangs. They made LA Sheriff Department. They had their gang units, and they became gangs. And they were extorting all this money and everything. A lot of money was involved. If you get the drug bust, that shit disappears. The money, half of it's already gone. There's stuff in their pockets.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I go. They got a hard job of pulling somebody over for a traffic violation. They get whacked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
Russ, look,
it's hard
I
because
hate to cut you off, Russ. Russ, listen.
Your family.
Hey, Russ.
I hate to cut you off because I mean you got a million stories. And listen, we have other people that want to call in, and we got some other stuff we want to cover. We fucking. No,
what
I want
need
you
to do is get some kind of schedule where I can get with Russ and actually, dude, I want to work out a segment with Russ.
Russ, I want you to know that we fucking like you and we want you on. We want you on regularly because you got stories.
Okay, how far is Oklahoma from you guys?
Oklahoma. Oh my God, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not close.
Not close.
I don't think.
It's a lot closer than LA, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I was saying, I'm so far away from everybody. It's like I go because I got my friend, and she's a true believer. She always read me a Bible scripture every day. She was with me at the house when we had the shooting, and she's the one who called 911, and she couldn't talk. And then the cops go, "Are you sure they were shots?"
Yeah, Russ.
I go, no.
Russ, I'm gonna have to slow you down though. I'm gonna get with you, so we can set up something. Because what I want to do is set up like a story time type of deal, and kind of hook you up. But yeah, I'm gonna get you off here right now because I do have one other person that wants to call in here tonight, and it's getting a little bit late. But Russ, dude, I love you, brother.
We love you, dude.
Hey, I love you guys too, man. You guys speak from the heart.
Hey, you too, man.
You do too, man. You're amazing.
Thank you, dude.
You know what? The greatest four-letter word in the world is love.
100%.
And the second,
100%.
And the second most powerful word is hate.
Yep.
Yep.
But you know what? Love conquers all. Love conquers. Hey, I love you guys. God bless you guys. And you know
love
what?
you, Russ.
I hope you're. Let's just call it a podcast. I'm so dumb in technology. I'm not.
Yeah, it's basically a podcast.
I hope you guys go to the fucking top.
You're a
good,
pure
brother.
soul. We love you. The community loves you.
100%.
And dude, we definitely want to hear from you again. So stay. Keep coming back.
Take it easy, Russ.
Hey, you both are great. And I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
All right, later.
Good night,
Later,
brother.
Bye, guys. Bye.
All right, yeah. Russ is awesome.
Fuck, I love Russ.
Russ
I love
is amazing.
Russ can fucking go though, can he? Russ can, and I know you're probably still listening to this. He can go. He can fucking just go. He's got stories for days, man. Like, seriously, like a little, like just if we could figure out like a short segment with Russ, like just like, I don't know, every other Friday night or even once a month or something, have a call in from Russ just to get some stories. I bet he's literally full of them, and that segment would probably go on for a long time, right?
Oh yeah, dude. He has so many stories.
He could literally just keep going. Like, I want to cut him off because I want to save more for later.
All right. So the next call is actually going to be coming through Discord. I'm trying to help him out here.
I have to go get another beer. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go ahead and take the call, that's fine.
Yeah,
but,
we're good.
I will be right back. Who was it? I saw it earlier. Who was it that was trying to call?
Christian D'Amico.
That's
from
right.
Australia.
Yeah. Okay, good deal.
He's
I love
3 in the day in Australia.
Accent. All right, yeah. If you want to go ahead and get that going, that's fine.
I'm gonna try to help him out here.
I'll be right back.
Okay, go. Yeah, Christian, if you're watching, I think you are basically sweet. Jump into the waiting room. Do you see the wait? You're probably on a cell phone. If you swipe left on the app, you should see on the left voice channels, and you should see waiting room. If you jump in waiting room, then I can pull you into the podcast, which is me and Dan. You can't get into here unless you get into the waiting room, and I can see you. I do see that you joined the Discord, which is awesome. But yeah, as soon as you can join the waiting room. And the only other thing, me explaining it might not work. Dan has had to actually physically show it, and I actually don't have the app on my phone. Like, it's stupid. I have a VPN on my phone, and it crashes, and I don't. Oh, there he is. Bam, got you. Hold on, Christian, dude, what is up? I can hear you, man. What's happening?
Oh, shit. There you go. All right. Discord works. Awesome.
Yes. Hell yes. From Australia. What's up,
hey,
brother?
Stevie. Hey.
Oh, hold on. What did I do?
Hello.
Oh, yeah. You're still there. Okay. Sorry. What is up, brother?
Yeah, cool. Oh, not much, man. I heard you were doing a conspiracy stream. That was awesome. Listening to Russ. He's such a cool dude.
Dude, Russ was crazy as fuck.
Yeah, yeah, man. He's had quite a life, huh?
Russ, I really do want to set up like a segment with him just talking about concerts and hanging out and tripping balls.
Yeah, man. Well, I got some stories too. I've lived a life, backyard wrestling. I've lived a life in music and like underground music, like punk and metal and all sorts of crazy stuff. So what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about that sort of stuff, or do you want to talk conspiracies?
Dude, go conspiracy. Yeah, let's get into some alien shit. I saw you talking about there in the chat. We've done that. We've dived into that a few times on here on this show. But let's go. It's 2 a.m. here where I'm at.
Oh fuck! So you guys are primed and ready for some
ready to go, bro. Yeah, let's rock and roll, brother.
All right, what do you want to do? Do you want to do like real out there alien shit? Do you want to do like Mandela effect, like the past changing? What do you want to talk about?
Do you have any actual experiences yourself? Do you have any actual stories with any kind of like seeing anything that's unexplainable? That type of stuff. We'll start there.
Yeah, right. Fuck. Okay, so you dropped me right in the deep end. This is the kind of shit where like you get into this stuff and then people think you're crazy because you're talking about like I saw this.
Now warning, you're on a stream that is labeled conspiracy. So
all right, it's cool with me. So all right, I got one, and my cousins, my little cousins who live just down the road from me have two. So I'll give you the short overview, right? I was a completely normal guy, not interested in any of this stuff. I was a skater, backyard wrestler, and a musician. That was like my whole life. I didn't give a shit about any kind of conspiracy stuff or aliens or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And one Christmas day, it's a family Christmas lunch out in my backyard, and someone brought up ghosts or something, and my auntie said to my little cousins, she said to them, you should tell the family about that thing that you guys saw, like a year or so back. And they were kind of nervous. They were like, oh, I don't know. And then she was like, no, tell them about it. It was amazing. It was crazy. And don't mind me just getting out my lunch out of the oven.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. And the boys are like, oh, I'm not sure, Mom, I'm not sure. But anyway, they convinced them. And what came out of their fucking mouths, bro, and you know what? I know for sure there's going to be at least someone, or maybe even a couple of people on your stream that are going to know about this, what I'm about to say, and have maybe even experienced it themselves, right? So what they proceeded to tell us was that one night they were hanging out at the local skate park. I live in a country town. There's about 1,000 people that live there. It's on the coast of Australia. Okay. There's a local football field with a skate park sort of attached and a creek, and that creek sort of runs under the main road and goes under a bridge, right? That's sort of the setting. And the skate park is right next to the creek, right next to the bridge where the road goes over. The skate park's tucked in, kind of in that corner, if you can imagine that. And what they said was they were hanging out at the skate park, which they did all the time. They were totally like normal kids, just kind of skate park rats, really. They just hang out and skate all the time. They'd be there late, probably like causing a ruckus and, being teenagers. Yeah. They're about 17, 18 at the time when this sort of came out. And they're telling this in front of the whole family, like extended family, grandparents, everything. And they're not these kind of kids. They're not like, they weren't trippy, weirdo, like hippie conspiracy sort of kids. They were just, your average skate park rat, what I mean? Yeah. So what they said was, we're hanging out at the skate park.
Jones shirts.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So,
I'm back, by the way. What's up?
Hold on. Let me get Dan in the frame here. Boom.
Yeah, cool.
What's up, Christian?
Hey, Dan. How you doing?
Good. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, very well, man. It's middle of the day here. I'm on my day off from work.
Nice.
Yeah. My cousin Connor, he's the younger one. My cousin Brayden, he's 2 years older, and their friend were all at the skate park, and they all report seeing, out of nowhere, they said this really tall black figure came out of the trees near this creek and walked up sort of onto the skate park, but incredibly fast and really silent. And they described it as being about, we're metric. So I guess in your measurements, like 13 foot tall. And they said it was hunched over, and even hunched over, it was 13 foot tall, and it had like long arms and long fingers kind of hanging down, and it was hunched, and it was just taking these really long, fast like strides across the skate park. And they looked at each other and they said they all saw it. And Connor actually grabbed out his phone and started filming. And they ran after it. They're fucking crazy, these kids. They actually ran after it. They were like, what the fuck was that?
That's not even unusual for Australia, though. You guys have all kinds of deadly shit over there, right?
Oh, we got weird stuff, but like not like 13-foot tall, complete. Like, by the way, it wasn't.
It was a
Okay, so I should make
kangaroo.
this clear. No. They didn't describe it as having. Okay, so they said it wasn't an animal. It wasn't a monster. It didn't have muscle and fur or nothing like that. They said it was solid black, completely solid.
And was this
pitch
daylight
black,
also?
No, this is nighttime, and they
okay.
said it was so black that
It's like
it
a
stood
thick
out
shadow walking
in the
around.
nighttime. Yeah. Now I know there's people listening to this right now that are getting creeped out because they've had shadow. What I became to know as like shadow man, shadow person experiences, and usually they happen in the bedroom when people have sleep paralysis, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these three kids were completely awake, totally lucid, out at a skate park, and this fucking thing emerged. And they chase this thing. It goes down under the bridge, and they run up over the road. The bridge is down in like under the bridge is in like a ditch, right? And they go up over the road on the other side and look down into the ditch. And they said they saw it standing there in the water, just sort of standing there staring at them. And they said it had glowing eyes, and they both reported green eyes. And there's actually a video of this moment because Connor's got his phone going, but he's got it he's got it recording, but it's not picking much up. He's running around, it's moving all over the place. It's really shitty footage, but you can hear him freaking out.
It's always shitty footage.
Oh well, yeah, they were panicking, man. Like, and so what they did is they saw this thing standing and looking at him, which I'm doing my research later on. Once I discovered this is actually a really common phenomenon, they realize that's quite rare that people see them standing, but there are reports of it that they just stand and stare. Usually they're on the move or they're sort of peeking out from things. But they all saw it standing there for a good 5 to 10 seconds, they reckon, and then they turned and ran. And they ran all the way home, which is about a kilometer. I don't know, maybe half a mile, something like that for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Ran all the way home, and they were freaking out, fully in a panic, like trauma state. And their mum, Auntie Trina, my mum, my auntie, my mum's sister, she said to him, "What the fuck is wrong with you guys? What have you been on? Like, what drugs have you taken? Like, what are you panicking about?" And then, "Oh, we saw this thing. We saw a monster. She's like, "You're full of shit." And she rips them apart and she calms them down and she puts them in separate rooms. And she did the smartest thing, bro. And she gave them both a piece of paper each and a pencil. And she said, "If this thing's real, you draw what you saw."
Separately. They weren't allowed to communicate.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, and that's the smartest thing.
That is very smart, yeah.
Because she was convinced they were on drugs or something, right? So I'll be honest, there's been a history of them sneaking off to smoke a bit of pot at the skate park, as kids tend to do.
Yeah, but pot doesn't produce those kind of things. Something a little stronger, probably.
Well, at least not for 3 fucking kids all at once.
Yeah.
And they did it pretty regularly. They're pretty used to it. I'm sure you guys know how it is. Your regular pot smoker does not all of a sudden smoke a joint and go,
yeah, like
monster.
out of another. There's a shadow chasing me.
Yeah. So it didn't actually chase him. It actually sort of wanted to get away.
They were
by
kind of chasing it, right?
Yeah, because they were like kind of second guessing themselves. They were, because it looked so black. They were like, "Was that a shadow? Was that a thing?" And it was completely a real thing. Anyway, so they drew the exact same thing. They drew the exact same figure, this tall, hunched over figure with the long hands and the big long arms. And and it convinced their mom, and she was like, "Jesus fucking Christ." And so for that family, it was a big moment where they sort of realized, okay, there's more going on in this world than we're taught. That there's more to it than just the mainstream sort of science and biology. There's something else. There's some interdimensional, demonic, alien, whatever the fuck you want to put on it. But there's something else, something outside.
I wanted to bring up, so in Middle America or so, something like what you described would be called a skinwalker, which is like a Native American. Yeah.
If you go on Google right now and look up shadow people, you will see a massive, massive, massive body of work done on it. It's research. It's tens of thousands of testimonies of, and usually it's during sleep paralysis or when they're sort of waking up or maybe in the middle of the night in sort of like the house. Usually it's in the home and in the bedroom, and but particularly during sleep paralysis, if people wake up half like paralyzed, they might see a shadow at the foot of their bed or in their doorway, like in the shape of a person. Or the other really, really common one is an old woman sitting on your chest, or like an old shadow, like
the old
little
hag.
demon sitting on your chest.
I've actually
the old
experienced-
hag. That's a shadow person too.
I've experienced this. It wasn't the old head version.
I fucking told you one of you guys would know.
It was a shadow person though. So when I was pretty young though, so I've kind of dismissed it as just being young and it being a nightmare, right? But
wasn't, but
it
go on.
Like, so when you said sleep paralysis, that's what triggered the memory. So in the dream or the nightmare, I fell asleep on the living room floor. Like me, I think Stevie was there. Me, my mom and Stevie, our mom and Stevie, were watching horror movies that night, and I ended up passing out and falling asleep in the middle of the floor. I don't know. Stevie may even remember me telling the story because I'm sure I told everybody the next morning.
This isn't ringing a bell right all.
But dude, I had a nightmare. Dude, we were so young. This was I would imagine I was 10, you were maybe 12. Could have been even earlier than that, 8, 10, something like that.
Okay.
Anyway, I remember the nightmare being I felt we were watching horror movies that night. Me, you, and Mom were all sitting. You remember the trailer that we lived in? Not the more recent one, but the one that was they got flooded. You remember that place? We lived there. I fell asleep in the floor of that living room, and in my nightmare, the sleep paralysis thing is what triggered it, because in the nightmare I saw a shadow coming through the hallway, and I literally couldn't move. Like, I saw it. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't like move my body. Nothing was happening. And I chalked it all,
right?
I chalked it all up to that was part of the dream. But what if I was actually awake during those moments and I just couldn't move, right?
Dude, if you put the word testimony, if you search shadow people and put the word testimony at the end of your search, you'll see that there's many thousands of people describing the same thing as you. And some of the stories are fucking wild. Some of them are like even get physical, you know?
And I just remember, like, I couldn't, like, I was trying to scream as hard as I possibly could to let everybody know that something was happening, and I couldn't. Nothing was coming out. I couldn't move. You know, it was terrifying. And when I woke up, when I eventually did wake up, I was just still nobody, like, you know, you and Mom had already gone to bed, I guess, and you guys just let me sleep there because I probably looked comfortable. It was fine.
Yeah.
And that was it. And I woke up and it was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, I couldn't.
That's
it was terrifying. It was terrifying. It really, that is legitimately, and that's still embedded in my brain because it was such a terrifying moment for me. And that was
stuck with you.
It was 20 years ago. I mean, that happened, you know?
Yeah. Well, this was the incident that got me into the research that I'm into now and got me into all this stuff, because I was such a normal person until they told me that. They were all just looking me in the eye, telling me, yes, this really happened. This was a real thing. We all saw it. And it just spun me out. And I got online and started doing what you're doing right now. Shadow, big, tall shadow men. They're always
right? I mean, it legitimately is exactly like that. Yeah, exactly like it was a shadow person that was stalking the hallway and scaring me to death, and I couldn't move. It was like I said, the sleep paralysis part is what triggered the memory. And like, I mean, we dream and forget dreams so often, but that one has stuck with me my entire life. That dream I remembered, and it has stuck with me forever. I will always remember that dream.
I have one very similar, but it wasn't like moving, like it was just like lurking, and I always chalked it up as a dream. But again, super duper tiny little kid. But you know, I'm just gonna paint a picture for a second.
Happens to little kids more often. It's more common among young
that makes
kids.
sense with the brain, right? The way it's like more aware almost even, and still developing at the same time.
They're more connected to other realms or something.
So just to paint the picture for a second, in a bedroom where, you know, the door is wide open, and so you can see through kind of a hallway. There's a dresser just outside that bedroom, so like it's a tall dresser, so it'd come up to even an adult man's chest. You know what I mean? So just as I'm peeking up, so I can see out the doorway, a little bit down the hallway, here's that dresser. Right in front of that dresser is just like a figure standing. But in my brain, almost even into this conversation we're literally having right now, I've chalked it up as like, how you'll see something like it's coats or like, bullshit shadows. But at that
I've been
time,
able to
I
help
literally
with that.
remember
You try to
thinking
make sense
someone's
of it, yeah.
watching me. Like,
Yeah, you do. You do.
I'm literally.
But I'm not like that. I don't have that kind of mind. I have an incredibly curious and investigative mind, and I've never been. I've always been outside of the mainstream sort of ideas. I've always been like the weird kid at school, but always like somewhat accepted because I did kind of cool stuff like music and wrestling and shit. So yeah, I've always been on that outside and comfortable to look into things that would make me seem weird. So as soon as they said this shit, bro, I was down the rabbit hole and I found this stuff in a couple of days, and it completely changed my life because everything I was finding was completely backing up what they said. And when I showed this stuff to them online about the shadow people, they were shocked. They had not looked it up and fomented this story. And if you look at your chat right now, boys, there's so many people saying that
that's what I was literally just going through
these.
right now. I was starting to pop them up.
There's a
Many
fucking
people
few of
have
them, hey.
similar experiences. Yeah, you called it.
This is it's a real entity. Do you want to get into my theories about what it is and what they are, or where they might come from, or do you want to keep sharing your experiences?
I have to use the bathroom, but I have to refill my drink
share it.
if we do go down that road.
On a funnier note, I wanted to mention how sexy everybody finds your voice.
Oh, dude, they're swooning right now, bro.
It's those comments because the ladies are getting soaking out there. If I could say that.
That's really funny because Aussie girls think my fucking accent's weird. They think I sound English.
Whoa.
Oh, bro, yeah. Non Aussies are gonna. Yeah, I mean, dude, the Australian accent is. I mean, people fucking love it. It's just.
Oh,
dude,
wow. I'm very sorry, ladies, but I just got married like 2 months ago. I'm very,
well, there
very
you
sorry.
go. Too bad.
That's
but
not
there
a
are
knife. This is a knife. That's all I've got.
There's a knife. I like razor blades, right? Right. If you say razor blades, it sounds like I'm sorry, I'm doing it backwards. Rise up lights. If you say rise up lights, it sounds like razor blades in an Australian accent. Rise up light.
Yeah.
Rise up lights.
Yeah.
That's
and we don't. By the way,
thing
we don't have shrimp. We don't have shrimp on the barbie. We have prawns on the barbie.
Prawns on the barbie.
Prawns on the barbie. Yeah.
We don't call them shrimp.
So where did that come from?
By the way, just to let you guys know. Fucking Crocodile Dundee. They Americanized it for your audience.
I remember the movie. Wasn't there a movie shrimp with fucking Cheech from Cheech and Chong?
I think
no, it's Crocodile Dundee, man. That's what Shrimp on the Barbie's from.
That is where it's from, but there is a movie I think also called that too.
Yeah,
there's a movie called Shrimp on the
with
Barbie?
Cheech Martin, I believe.
Oh, really?
But yeah, like what's funny is that they Americanized the word prawns. They're like prawns isn't sexy enough.
Yeah, the shrimp on the Barbie, Cheech Martin. That's where I learned it because I don't know. It's probably a fucking actually weird ass movie.
It's a good movie. I used to watch
think about it. He was like a waiter, and look
up on my American culture. I've never heard of that one.
He has a Crocodile Dundee get up right there. Go back, Stevie. Go back to the images on Google.
Oh, sorry.
Look at him. He's got a Crocodile Dundee get up right there.
They knew what they
so
were
it's probably
doing.
referencing Crocodile Dundee, boys.
They knew what they were doing.
Play this trailer. I'm just. I don't. Hopefully, a Christian is interested, but.
I'll check it out.
Hang on for a second, Stevie.
Available on video from Media.
So since you're in Discord, Christian, have you noticed that you can watch Publicly Buzz stream on here?
I have not, because I have no idea how Discord works. I literally just signed up, so I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Are you on your phone or on a computer?
On my phone right now. My computer just blew up at my wedding.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it because it's going to be more difficult on a phone, I bet. But anyway, yeah.
But I'll get back into it.
Gotcha,
So do you guys want any other conspiracies? Any more details on the shadow people?
That part was interesting to me. I've actually I've watched a lot of stuff that has to do with what would be called a skinwalker, right? And it's a very similar kind of stories.
Yeah, I know. I
So
know all about them, but
I
why don't you
thought,
tell your audience what they are? Because they've just heard you bring it up now.
yeah, that's like a Native American thing,
Hey, I
right?
have to
So,
use the bathroom and I have to get a drink. Y'all keep rocking.
yep. So there's a Native American type of phenomenon where that they call skinwalkers, and this usually happens in Middle America, like well, like for example, there's a ranch that's called Skinwalker Ranch that is huge for these types of things.
Yep.
And it
But
is,
it gets UFOs and all sorts of weird stuff too.
yeah, it's in Utah. But so I mean, like skinwalkers are basically they're known for being able to transform. It's like an entity or a being that can transform into anything. It could look like a person, it can look like an animal. Most commonly known for looking like wolves or
I thought,
eagles.
can I interject there? I thought the skinwalkers had to wear an animal skin and act as if they were that animal for a long, long time, like months and months, and then they could transform into that one animal. That was the story I was familiar with.
Okay. And that may be true, yeah. But I mean, the thing that I'm talking about is almost like a spirit being that can they can literally just transform into whatever it wants to.
Right, so not a human. I'm thinking a human shaman doing a ritual thing. Like you're thinking like an actual entity. Yeah, right.
Yep. Yeah, this is like an actual like like a non-human entity, like some kind of spiritual being or something outside of our understanding or realm or whatever, however you want to say that. But yeah, so it's a Native American thing that's been around, for a long time, and there's lots of stories about these things. So I mean, people have bought properties on that it existed previously as Native American lands, right? And I mean, look at like perfect example is Skinwalker Ranch. It has to be one of the most famous places where skinwalkers have been observed, and weird occurrences happening where people see things, and a lot of it is like ghost stories. It's very similar to a ghost story. Kind of like what you were talking about with shadow people. You could almost classify that as a ghost, right? So it's very similar.
Wouldn't. I'd call it something different to a ghost, but like a lot of people would say it's a ghost. A lot of Christians would say it's a demon for sure. They look at something tall and black and scary and say demon for sure.
Yep.
But there's like when you really get into this stuff, there's so many different types of things, and I'm pretty sure I've vetted some of them to be made up stories, but a lot of them, man, I've got some solid evidence that they're real. So the shadow people definitely are a real thing.
And in reality,
the dog man thing is real too. That's a weird one, but that's common too.
And in reality, these stories are probably referring to the same thing. They're just being called different names, and they're being referred to in different ways. You know what I mean?
I disagree, brother. I think there are lots of different things. I think there are lots of different beings and entities that either live here and hide away or come in interdimensionally. So the three main theories about shadow people. First, demonic. The Judeo-Christian theory is that they're demonic entities. The second theory is that they're interdimensional beings, and this is the one I lean to the most. There's something that is from a dimension that's very close in frequency to ours, so they can slip in and out. And by the way, they seem to be able to slip in and out in homes and by rivers. The only outdoor or most of the outdoor sightings that I've found online are all near creeks and rivers. So there's something there to do with energy flow and portals or something. I don't know what it is, but that's where they show up. And the third concept is like a technological one, like it's some covert military thing, like they're projecting some consciousness for using technology from an underground base or something. It gets into real woo-woo conspiracy stuff, but yeah, I think the most likely is the interdimensional theory that they're. And you know what I thought? I thought they might not even actually be solid black. They might just look that way when they come into our realm. right? And maybe to them we look like solid black or something like
we
that.
can't perceive that like spectrum, right? Like you have
Yes,
like
yes.
yeah. So like for example, animals can see different spectrums of light than we can, right? So maybe that plays
Apparently
a
we
factor.
look like stripy. Apparently to cats we look like we're tiger striped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So, yeah,
definitely
you're right.
And I mean all that stuff is so theoretical and impossible to prove because we just don't know enough about how that stuff works. And if even if these other dimensions exist at all, we don't know any of that stuff. So
I think
who knows
groups
what
do
the
though.
fuck's out there?
I think the really big military contractors and some of the the big corporate private military
It's
companies,
possible that
even maybe
research has
state
been
military.
done. Yeah. So like, I mean, it's like,
Well, no, I could cite a few programs like Project Stargate. That'd be the first one. That was a remote viewing project. There's supposedly fucking portal programs as well. Like if you look into the jump gates, there's whistleblowers that have reported that supposedly there's portals back in time and portals to Mars, and like they're legit, like fucking people with proper credentials as well. Like I could name a couple.
the issue I have with those types of things, were drugs used in those experiments?
Not all of them, one or two of them, yeah.
Okay.
But when you got guys reporting they built a physical portal and they made me jump through it, kind of thing. And there's multiple guys, so a couple of names. Like if
But
anyone
also,
really wants to go
who
down
are
the
these
rabbit hole.
people? I mean, it gets sketchy in terms of like, I mean, all right, here's an example for you. Me and Stevie,
bro. Just so you know, one of them's a lawyer. One of them was on the commission for 9/11, like research, like whatever the official like 9/11 investigation board was that the U.S. government put together. One of them's from that. Some of them are really high up. One of them was a Navy admiral or whatever. Like some of them are heaps high up. It's weird.
But
So
let's
Andy
think about-
Basiago, William Tompkins, these kind of names. There's a couple of names people can look up.
Let's think about this for a moment. How many people were involved in these experiments? And then there was like one or two that came out and had some crazy story, right?
Yeah.
Is it not possible that these people came out with a crazy story just for publicity, or just
absolutely
right?
It absolutely
I mean,
is.
you have to take that into consideration.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm just saying it's weird that there's a good few of them and they're from high up positions. That's all.
Here's an example for you. Me and Stevie have a relatively small channel here on YouTube, and we've had people come at us with insane stuff, like literally insane, out of this world stuff, just because they want us to report on it. And we have I mean, we just ignore it or whatever we do with it. But I mean, we're talking about a very small YouTube channel versus somebody trying to get on. I mean, like an example would be like Coast to Coast AM, right? Like he had people coming on he had people coming on Coast to Coast that were like saying all of these insane stories, but it was just probably publicity related, right? They were just trying to get some sort of notoriety out there or something. You know what I mean? You do have to keep that in mind.
No, absolutely,
even though they have real credentials, right? I mean, and that's something that you should take into consideration, but you should also take into consideration that maybe they're just it could be just lies for publicity, right? It may not be true stories. And there's also, I'm still open minded. I'm gonna still take it with. The thing is, well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is take what they say with a grain of salt, right?
No, I agree, and I do, and I'm not even saying I outright believe them completely.
Yeah.
It's just, for me, it's a fascinating field of research, because when they're all coming out and describing similar programs, like if you want to get into the field of research of all these like supposed whistleblowers, the field of research is called the secret space program, and it's the idea that there's outside of NASA, there's like military contracts with government agencies and all over the world that are sort of doing a secret program in space where they're like supposedly like mining asteroids, and there's like a base on the moon, and like really, really out there stuff. But there's a lot of evidence to it. I think one of the bits of evidence that really convinces a lot of people that are unfamiliar with it is the hacker. I think it's Gary McKinnon. That's what it is. It's Gary McKinnon, and he hacked into it was the CIA's database or the US government's database or something like that. And this is totally real because he went to court for this. And and what he dug up was a bunch of pictures and schematics of covert spacecraft and a list of off-world officers. And it was a list of names of people that were supposedly working, military contracts and stuff off-world in space in these, secret craft and stuff. And then, and he actually had a court case about this hack. And there's him, there's Navy admirals, there's lawyers, there's all these high fucking people. So it's either it's real and they're actually all reporting the same thing, or it has to be an organized government disinformation campaign. Seeing as they're all government connected, they're all high credentials, and you can look in. It's accurate that they are. There's an intentional disinformation campaign being spread, and they're all cooperating and building off each other's false stories. But it's either one or the other. It's either and I think there's actually a chance that it could be a legit thing, just as much as it could be a misinformation thing. The whole secret space thing.
And that's sort of my threshold, right? That's my threshold for bullshit versus this could possibly be a real thing, is how many people are talking about it. Because I mean, these experiments that they go on, they have to involve a lot of people. I'm sure it's very condensed, but I mean, we're still talking about 50 to 100 people that's involved in this this experiment.
But
right?
Also, you'd have to assume that also they'd be under a contract where if they talk, they're dead. You'd have to assume that would be the case.
That's true. Yep.
So it's I'm exactly where you're at. And if you really look into it, you'd be fascinated with what's there. It's just such an interesting field. And if it is a false thing, it's a really intelligently put together thing for what reason? Because so few people are even interested in shit that's out there. So that's something else.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's true too.
What would be the purpose? Because most people are not going to believe something so crazy that the governments have secret moon bases
and they know
they're
that
mining asteroids for resources.
They're expecting people to be like me, be skeptical, right?
That's the response that's been programmed.
That's their defense. Exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's just
super
it's a really interesting. It's a very interesting topic. So secret space program. You got William Tompkins, I think, is the biggest one. If anyone just wants to go on YouTube and just look up William Tompkins, he's the Navy guy. He supposedly was a spy in Nazi Germany in the World War II, and came across their secret space program and delivered schematics back to America.
Man, there's so many things that come out of Nazi Germany, right, from World War II.
Oh, you've seen the anti-gravity experiment thing. They were actually working on anti-gravity.
There's so many things that apparently they were working on that were out of this world technology, right?
Hey, someone just said check out Solar Warden. Solar Warden is a part of the space program. Yeah,
I do believe there had to be something to that, because why would there be so many of these things reported from? I mean, it just doesn't. It's weird to me that all of these weird out of this world technology type of things would be reported from Nazi Germany, World War II stuff, right? There's tons of it. It's all over the place.
And the whole Steve, do me a favor, brother. Go on right now, just like you did with the Shadow People. Go on Google and look up Admiral Byrd's diary, Byrd. He was a real admiral. Byrd, Byrd.
There he is.
And get his diary. And he went to Antarctica just after World War II because there was reports of Nazi encampments in Antarctica. And his report said they were fought off and they had to flee because they did battle with Nazi flying saucers. I'm not even kidding. This is a real admiral. He's very high up, and he led a whole expedition. I think it was called Operation High Jump. If you look up Admiral Byrd Operation High Jump, you'll find that. And
As skeptical as I come off on a lot of stuff, honestly, there are a lot of
there's
reports.
some weird shit out there.
There's a lot of reports from like you just said, like high up fucking guys in the military, whether it be from any country, right? That have reported these insane events. Like respectable, reputable people
in Afghanistan as well. That's another one.
Giants is something that I've been watching a lot of stuff on recently.
Right here? Is this a video?
You guys got to check out this Admiral Byrd Operation High Jump stuff. It's really wild. Like,
I was trying to see if I could find like a video.
Yeah, there you go. The Secret Land Operation High Jump. Is that not a?
Yeah, he's got a whole diary where he reports.
It's an hour long.
He
That's
said
the
they had
problem.
to bail because they had UFOs that chased him off.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a summary. We got like a whole hour long video.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look into this. This looks super interesting.
Maybe there we go. 12 minutes. 12 minutes.
There we go.
That's something. I'm gonna go I gotta go get a beer and a cigarette. I'm gonna watch it on my phone though.
Cool, and I'm gonna go have a wine and smoke myself.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, if anyone out there listening wants to look into this, like there was an actual fucking admiral that has an actual record of going to Antarctica and fighting off Nazi UFOs and losing.
Yeah,
them.
and these are the super interesting ones, the ones that are like actual reputable people. Like these are people that
shit still happens today, right?
Yeah, it does.
The
yeah.
Tic Tac one and all right. So I'm gonna go ahead and start this.
Hey,
can you see this?
All right, go for it. So, if anyone wants to my number or wants to get in touch with me, I'm sure Steve can sort you out. Get me on fucking Facebook or something.
Yeah, if he wants me to, I will do it.
anyone.
I'm not. Yeah, and also get in the Discord. He's in Discord now. But yeah, if he wants me to do that, I would get you in touch with him.
Yeah, I got a million links and all sorts of things I can give out to people, and it's not stupid stuff. It's all, as you can tell, it's all legit, real stuff.
Get in the Discord. Get it, my Australian friend.
All right, let's do it. Admiral Byrd with a Y. I'm wondering how many people are listening to this and Googling this stuff right now, just having their fucking minds blown.
Let's see. Yeah, we still got 60 people in here. Hell yeah. 2:30 in the morning.
That's wild, man. That's crazy.
That's pretty good. Thank you all for being here, seriously. Winding down here.
Thanks for supporting my boy Steve and Dan. I've just met Dan, but Dan seems cool as fuck.
Yeah, Dan's real good, man. He keeps me centered. Like, I'm good to go down some wild conspiracy shit, but he'll bring me back. He's a good one.
To keep you grounded.
Yeah, that's about it. He keeps me grounded.
Oh, dude, after 10 years of this stuff, I've had to, come up with tactics to keep myself grounded.
Yeah, dude, that's what you got to do. And he plays a good devil's advocate to everything.
Oh, no, I appreciate it because I think the same way. And I'm sort of dropping you guys in the deep end because I've already been through the whole investigation sort of skeptical process with all this stuff. And I've been like, no, you know what? Like there could actually be something to this. I'm not convinced completely, but there's something here. There's something more than NASA. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, dude, I definitely think there's something.
I can say that confidently. There's something more than NASA.
I agree, dude. Let's see what they're saying here.
And has an area of about 6 million square miles, nearly equal to the combined areas of the United States and Europe. Most of the continent and some of the coastline.
Yes, people do enjoy real tobacco cigarettes in Australia. If you're talking completely organic tobacco cigarettes, they're very hard to come by. It's more illegal than cannabis. But in terms of packaged cigarettes, guess what they are in our fucking money? They're like, for a really cheap one, $35 a 25 pack. For a nice one, $55 to $60 for a 25 pack.
Oh my God.
Yep, a bottle of bourbon, nice bottle of bourbon, you're looking at $60.
Wow. That's great. I don't smoke.
They just tax the fuck out of all of our stuff here. Like anything that's like a vice, our government slams us on it, man. It's out of control.
They're like, how dare you?
Yeah, we have the most expensive cigarettes in the world, I'm pretty sure.
Wow, dude. Yeah, Australia's getting crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame, dude. If I wish I could switch on my camera right now and just show you the view that I'm looking at, and you might understand why some of us put up with it. But I'm hitting my breaking point for sure. It's getting stupid.
Where would you go?
Florida.
Oh, yeah. Worldwide, baby. That was the best
No shit.
answer.
Come stay at your place, Steve.
Yeah, bro, come out here. West Virginia's pretty good now. You know, we can carry guns openly. We don't even have to have a permit.
Yeah, well, Florida's the same, apparently. It just happened.
Florida's pretty good, man. I like Florida too, though.
No. Apparently, they've got no permit guns now.
I didn't know that. That's badass. Hell, you've already been looking into
just
Florida.
happened today. Oh, dude, like I'm an anarchist, so the less government, the better for me.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
How funny is that? I mean, like, I know what an anarchist means to you guys. You think like Antifa, Black Bloc, or whatever. But like over here, it's
Well,
like,
I mean,
no,
dude,
give
like back
me
in
my
the day, what
guns.
I grew up thinking was something completely different. It's really flopped and changed. Like
The whole thing's flipped the other way
everything's
around,
fucking
hasn't it? It's
crazy
weird.
now. But I am
Yeah,
happy
man.
to, be where I'm at. I really do like West Virginia pretty well. I don't like how the weather changes. I hate cold weather, and it's cold a lot here, which we're
Dude,
about
one
to
of my
warm up
favorite-
now. But
One of my favorite wrestlers from West Virginia,
who's that?
the Necro Butcher, baby.
Yes, dude, I've partied with the Necro Butcher, man. Like, dude, I've seen the Necro
so
Butcher so
jealous.
many times, bro. Like, dude, he's fucking really a salt of the earth, man. Like, he's cool as shit.
Yeah, dude, he looks cool as fuck. You know, I'm about to start up back wrestling again. We got a comeback show on the way.
Oh, dude, I know. Yeah, dude, you said I could do the commentary.
I'd love you to, man. I'd
Dude,
love to send you the
fucking
videos.
super
You can
down
do the
for that.
commentary.
Hey, as you know, I've been pretty invested in this channel, and I haven't done a lot of the old channel that I used to do, the wrestling channel. But dude, I will come back to do that.
I do miss it. If anyone here hasn't seen Fan Cam Commentaries, Stevie's old channel, it's amazing. He takes old, like, really obscure wrestling matches that are usually filmed from a fan camera just in the crowd, and he commentates over it, and he does a great job. I miss it. It's so good.
What is going on? You're promoting Stevie's fan cam channel? Holy shit!
That just started.
Holy shit!
No, bro, I'm a wrestler, man. That's how I met Stevie.
I heard what you were talking about earlier, dude. West Virginia, you want to move to Florida? Florida's expensive. West Virginia, you can buy a very nice house. We're talking 2,000, 2,500 square feet with like an acre, 2 acres, 3 acres of land, $200,000.
Dude,
Cheap,
my wife is a full-on hippie. She wants to like build a property and do everything off the grid. That sounds so perfect, man.
Dude, it's cheap here. It really is. I mean, Florida is very expensive. Florida, you're going to be renting a place for $1,500, $2,000 US, right? It's
West Virginia
very
really is
expensive.
good for being cheap, but oh shit,
West Virginia's property is so. I mean, you can get a nice place. I mean, it's not even just West Virginia. You can get it in North Carolina, South Carolina, closer to the south if you want. If you want to be in a warmer climate, go South Carolina probably.
West Virginia's basically just like countryside and like forest and shit like that, right?
Yeah. It's a country ass
Yeah,
place.
that's where I'm from.
The issue we have is it's a drug riddled place, you know. So there's
there's everywhere
issues
is this.
there.
Even in Florida, you're gonna find that.
No, that's absolutely true. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, man, that's just like that's entertainment. But I'll have to, dude. But that's coming from an Australian, where the worst thing you got to worry about is a punch in the back of the head. There's no
Dude,
fucking running around with guns and shit.
I converted what you were saying cigarettes were. That's $23 a pack of cigarettes. That's fucking insanity. I pay right
We
now.
do it $23 Australian.
No, $23 US.
No, I know,
$23
I
US.
know.
That's insane.
So what are they usually for you guys?
I pay like let's see, I pay $6.50, $7 a pack.
All right, now convert that back to Australian for me.
It's about double, right? So like 14.
That's insane.
Fuck, I don't
How
know
do
what
y'all
it is, man. It
smoke,
changes
bro?
so much, dude.
You smoke
Sometimes your
shit?
dollar's like 80 to 90 cents for us.
And I mean,
How can you
for me,
justify that
that's
cost, like in your life?
for me. What I'm
Even
paying is
cheap,
because
even
I only
American's expensive to me, bro. I couldn't do it.
I used to pay, you
I
know,
only smoke like 4 or 5 cigarettes a day maximum. That's why.
Dude, if I
That's
was in
good.
Australia, dude, I'd be like doing half hits like every like 5
No, you
hours. I'd be like,
couldn't.
no, I'm good.
That's literally like that's a fucking that's like paying for weed almost, right? That's insane costs.
Oh,
But,
dude, over here, man. Well, hang on, let me think.
what was bourbon? What did you say the bourbon was? Let me convert that.
Over here, a half ounce of weed is $200 now.
And half ounce of weed is 200 Australian.
Wow,
that's 146 US. That's not too far off. But it's
It used to be like
it's like
$20, $30 less.
Yeah, half. I mean, if
more
you're
than
even
double.
going on the high end, it's half that here.
What was it? You
But
said
but
what?
going on a decent end, it's usually more like 60 or 70.
What did you
Dude,
say?
I know. That's why I'm telling you all this. That's why
Dude, Christian,
you know what
bro, we
else?
got to get you out of there, dude.
Dude, Australia's crazy.
Bring a kangaroo with you, though.
Dude, we eat kangaroo. Do you know in
Dude,
every
I'd love to
grocery
try-
store
I'd
you
try-
can get
I'd try
kangaroo meat?
kangaroo.
Bro,
So
no
what's-
shit. Every grocery store you can actually get kangaroo meat here. It's like really
Damn.
common.
Can you
Oh,
ship
shit.
that? Is
And
that
it's good,
legal?
too.
Can you send me
Yeah,
that to
yeah,
West Virginia?
yeah, fuck yeah.
Dude,
They're
we'll pack
they're
it up in some
overpopulated
ice
here,
and
so
ship
they
that
shoot 'em.
shit.
I'd eat some kangaroo.
Dude, hey,
It's
Christian,
like,
if you send me
it's
some
like a
kangaroo,
really
we'll
lean
eat that
deer.
live on the air. That'd be dope.
That'd be fucking cool.
All the
I
way
could
from
ship you some shit.
Australia? That'd be dope, dude. I'll pay for whatever the cost is. That'd be dope.
I don't know how you ship fucking meat. I don't know how
Well, I
that
think
works.
you can do it, man. I think you can like pack it up in ice. Well, from Australia, we just
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
see how long it'd take. But in
Yeah, we'll
America,
take it.
you can
it's
ship
like
pretty
a
far.
24-hour flight, man. It's like a whole day's flight. So it better be
Well,
some
in
good
America,
ice.
you can get like whole sandwiches and shit shipped from California. Like,
Yeah, we have the same
It
thing
is a
here. I
long
just don't know if
time.
it goes full international. It must.
Like I've been to
frozen
Japan.
can
and
last, bro.
Japan is just north of Australia, so it's probably about the same. But it's about a 24-hour flight.
that could
Just to
definitely
get
last in a cooler.
it's not a 24-hour
Yeah.
flight actually. If you're flying like as a person, it's 24 hours. 'cause
We're
you
gonna
gotta
look
make
into
stops.
it. I'm gonna look into
But-
that. I like that weird idea.
It's at least a 10-hour flight, I bet, from Sydney to LA. Right, it's at least a 10-hour flight.
Dude,
And then-
it's
and then-
way fucking more than 10 hours, man. It's so much more than 10 hours to
You're
get to
right.
LA.
You're probably right. It's 10 hours
No,
from
it's like
Tokyo.
23 hours to get to LA,
Yeah.
dude.
Really? Wow. It's 10
Damn.
hours
Yeah,
from
it's
it's 10 hours from Tokyo to LA. So I figured it would maybe similar just because you guys are just south of Japan, right?
yeah, but it's fucking huge, dude. It's bigger than your country, man.
No, you're right. It's probably significantly different.
And we're actually,
I'm
like,
going off of my
Sydney's actually
personal
pretty far
experience.
south.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, dude, like it's definitely a full day to get to
It
the US.
probably is
for
a lot
sure.
more.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
look into that shit though. I think that'd be dope.
And what was the other thing? There was the other thing I was going to tell you is the fastest internet here, like not the fastest, but like most people's internet is going to
No.
max out at like 2 or 3 megabytes a second.
You guys have
Maybe
terrible
5.
internet. Yeah, that sucks so bad.
Maybe 5 megs a second is the max you're going to get anywhere. Like, then that's impressive.
I have 900 up and down.
No, what, 900 megabytes a
900,
second?
yeah.
What the fuck?
And
Bro,
I pay $60 for that a month. 60
dude,
US
I didn't even
dollars.
know that was like possible.
Right? Like Australia is really fucked on the internet spectrum, that's for sure.
Bro,
you guys
it's
have
really,
always
really
been
fucked.
I don't know, it really sucks. Yeah, I feel for you guys on that like
dude, the best thing is,
honestly,
like,
dude, Australia sounds amazing to me just because like I've
it's
always
the
felt
people
like
and the landscape, man. The people
Yes,
and the
you
actual
nailed it.
landscape is
That's-
fucking amazing.
That's what I was gonna say, yeah.
Yeah,
But
it
yeah,
really is.
prices of things like I mean, why do they tax cigarettes and alcohol like that? Is it just do they just not want people to have a good
can.
time?
Nah,
They
because
just-
they can. Because it should be called apathralia. That's why. Because people are apathetic and they don't care and they'll get walked on happily, man. We got no guns. We gave them up fucking willingly. 93 for one shooting, bro.
Yeah.
Everyone
I mean,
went and
dude, that's
handed their
another good
fucking
point,
guns.
man. You guys don't have fucking shootings like we do, so that's a plus, right?
No, we do. Well, we don't have school shootings, but like people get shot all the time here.
You guys
Like,
have
it
a lot
still
of
happens.
stabbings, though. Is it
No,
like
well, yeah, we have both. We still have stabbings, shootings, everything. We just don't have like the mass school shootings. That's something that happens on your end.
Gotcha.
But it's like a cultural thing. It's like a meme. Everyone wants to do it over there, I think. But we still, like, gangsters and bikers and shit still shoot people. It hasn't stopped the gun violence. It still happens.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it totally
'cause
does. It just doesn't have illegal guns.
on our end, we feel like you guys have that shit under control, but from what you're saying, it's not.
Well, here's the thing: they don't put it in the news.
I don't feel like that. But...
They don't want you guys to know
it's
that we
fucked.
still have shootings. They want you guys.
I know that's why we cannot ever give up our guns. Is what's going on in Australia.
You got it.
Currently,
But
Australia is fucked right now.
From an Australian. From an Australian, never, ever give them up. Never, ever give them up.
You look at all right. So I didn't know that.
I didn't come here, bro. We can stay strapped without fucking permits or nothing. Nothing.
I didn't know any of that. I didn't know any of that about Australia. But so if you look at like Japan, for example, they don't allow guns either, and it's like one of the safest fucking countries on the planet. Is
That's
Japan.
not because of the law, though, bro. Like in Japan, they don't even they don't litter in Japan. You understand? It's a cultural thing.
It's the people.
In Japan, they still wear masks, right?
Yeah.
In Japan, they do as they're told.
And you're right. It comes down to the people. It comes down to the culture.
It is a cultural thing.
Yes. Yeah, bro. Like over here, we still have the shootings. They don't want you guys to know about that because they want you guys to think that Australia got it under control as soon as we ban the guns, and it's not the case.
Dude, and you and Stevie both are enlightening me because I really thought Australia was a fairly safe. I knew that you guys have. What do you guys call the rednecks in Australia? Bogans or something like that? Bogan?
Yeah, bogans. Yeah,
yeah.
They're not quite what we call bogans. They're not quite rural, like salt of the earth people. They're more the country. We just call them country people, cowboys or whatever. But our bogans are like western city. Like if you met all our cities are on the coast, right? So you get further west you go, the further, like the more gnarly it kind of gets. You're right. So bogans are like, yeah, just like scumbag, usually white, like kind of suburban / mid-urban sort of, addict, violent sort of people. There's a few shows about them I could send you for a laugh.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know about them because of like just hearing about, they're like the rednecks of America, basically.
No, I actually wouldn't say that. They're more like the what could I compare it to? What's like a group that lives like in the outer city that's kind of just fucked up and violent and on drugs and stuff, but not quite like your average, like country redneck hunting iguanas and shit, like more urban scumbag.
Yeah, like doing drugs and shit. Yeah, that's redneck. That's what I would call a redneck, basically.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Over here, we see rednecks as more like your country cowboys sort of. Okay, gotcha.
No,
okay.
no, rednecks can. Well, it depends on your definition, I guess. But I would call a redneck.
It can vary. Yeah. It's
can
very
vary,
actually.
yeah.
I got it. The meth heads in the desert outside LA.
Not
like
LA.
The Cali like desert.
Rednecks are more designated to the southern states. Like,
so
like
the whole,
Virginia
the desert
or
meth head.
Yeah,
that your desert like meth head scene. That's like
desert
more
meth
bogans.
heads. We wouldn't call rednecks, no.
Right. Well, that's what your bogans are more like.
We'd call those. We'd call those just druggies or something. I don't know what we'd call those, to be honest. There's probably people that live out in the desert probably have a name for it, and I don't know that because we don't live in the desert.
Filthy fucking
whatever
hippies,
the fuck Trevor is in GTA 5, that's a bogan.
There you go. Okay, yeah. And he's kind of like hillbilly or hillbilly. Somebody said hillbilly in the chat. There you go. Hillbilly, redneck. But still, that's like I designate hillbillies and rednecks to southern states, right? Not necessarily like if you're
your
in
bogans you'd see in a pub on the outskirts of the city, fat as fuck, wearing a tight like singlet.
These kind of sound like the bikers.
Yeah,
they kind of are.
Okay.
Yeah. So combine like biker with like Trevor from GTA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Look them up. Look up a picture of bogans. You'll see. You'll see where they live and shit.
Look up Sicky Butt Brain, mate.
There you go. That's a bogan.
That's a bogan. Look up Sicky Butt Brain. That's my favorite. That's my favorite cartoon, dude. That shit is amazing.
Hanging out at the train station.
Hold on.
I know the guy that made it.
I've got a picture. I've got tons of pictures.
Go Siggy
I know,
Brain,
dude,
mate.
dude, Siggy Brut Brain, that train station that's
dude,
cartoon
it is
set
rednecks.
up,
You nailed it,
that's
bro.
around the
It's
corner from my fucking
rednecks.
house. That's like a 10-minute drive from here.
These
people
are
look
rednecks.
like rednecks.
No, you guys just had the longest
Yeah.
debate. These are fucking Australian rednecks.
They really are, dude. They look like rednecks.
100% rednecks.
There you go. So Australians don't really know what rednecks are then.
So you think a
This would
redneck
be
is
my
like
uncle. These would be my uncle.
right? Exactly.
Dude.
Like we grew up in a southern poor area
Dude, these
where
guys would be the guys that these people are the way I am. The way I am. Like, for real.
We
The
have-
American
Oh, you
version
gotta
of this
see
guy
look like
is
these
why I'm
people.
fucked up.
we literally grew up with it. I mean, we see these people every day at Walmart. Every day. If we go to
Alright, bro,
Walmart,
so if
we
for
see
us-
people like this every day.
Now,
For
you
us
nailed
here,
it.
like,
you were
if
right.
you- if-
He was right.
If you looked up like alligator catch, clean, and cook, that's what we'd imagine as a redneck.
All right, look that up. Alligator, catch,
Alligator.
clean, and cook.
Catch,
Clean, and cook. Is
Actually,
that a video?
just like Florida dudes that hunt alligators and shit.
Oh, okay.
Texas
See,
guys
I
that
wouldn't
do
call those
ranching and
rednecks. Yeah.
Badasses is what I would call these guys.
What do I call these guys?
These guys are
I would
badasses.
just- yeah, I mean,
Hunters. They're hunters.
Yeah,
They
that guy's
hunt-
awesome. He's fucking awesome.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So you guys actually think rednecks are fucking awesome? Like
Kind of. Well, yeah, like my kind of crowd does. Like,
Yeah.
like weird, misfit, punk
They're
rocker, anarchist,
off the
like
land
people-
kind of fucking badasses, kind of, right?
Yeah. Like here's the thing: that I'm a punk rock, like anarchist, fucking natural hippie sort of dude. Like that's like
Dude,
my
I think
scene,
that's
right?
why we.
People
That's
call
why
me.
I always
people
do that.
call
We
me
mesh
far right.
together. Like Christian, that's why we actually became actual friends. Like because I think that we kind of figured that out. That like ultimately, like we're so different, but we're very much alike.
All right,
Ultimately.
Christian.
For sure, man. For sure.
Is Crocodile Dundee a redneck?
a good one. Yeah.
Dude, that's
He's a redneck, right?
I'm
That's a
on
great
that side
fucking
of things.
question,
I'm with
dude.
you, but over here, man, people like us are kind of rare, Like people like us get called far right Nazis over here. It's pretty intense.
Please,
Hey,
for
dude,
God's sake,
that's-
please play Stevie Siggy Butt Brain. Please play
So
that
how do
for
you
everybody.
spell this?
Oh, play it on the
spell
stream. Show your
Siggy?
audience, man.
We are C-I-G-G-Y.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
No,
It's a-
CIGGIE,
you got to go-
motherfucker.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, IE.
Oh, it's wild on the video. It's wild on the video. The video's right there.
Americans
Stevie.
done
Oh,
ruined
they don't
it.
even know how to speak Australian.
Oh man,
Wow.
a poser made this video.
All I see is why.
Dude, I know the
only
guy
see
that
why.
did it. He lives in Dapto.
It's all
I'm
wild.
just saying
road
it's-
from here.
okay, wow.
Even auto-corrected it. Did you mean C-I-G-G-Y?
Wow. That's actually blowing my mind a little bit. Dude, I remember this from back in the day, though.
This is the best.
So
Everybody
this
watch
is
this.
truly from Australia.
I can't believe this thing made it to America. I cannot believe that.
You got so
I'm not
popular.
even joking.
How many views
I'm
does
living.
this
So
have?
so Christian, you must have seen this pretty early on, well before it came to America, right?
That's what I keep trying to say. Like I live fucking 10 minutes. Who
Oh,
made
did we
this?
lose him?
And I'm not even kidding. I live 10 minutes down the road from the guy who made this and the
You're
train
kidding.
station that it's based
Do you
on.
know him?
No,
Do you
I'm
know the guy?
serious. I'm serious.
Do you know
Yes.
the guy who made that? Really?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I went to high school with it.
Wow.
I'm looking at a lake. I'm looking at a lake out the back of my backyard, and he's on the other side of the lake, and a little bit
That's
away.
amazing.
That's
Wow.
amazing.
This is actually and the train station in the show in the scene is a real train station. It's called Dapto train station. You can look it up. It's real. It
That's
looks
hilarious.
just like that, and the
Amazing.
people are also just
And
like
this thing
that.
had to get millions of views because
No,
it was
this right here
everywhere.
is 10 million.
10 million.
That's
Wow.
huge. Came out when I was in
Crazy
like high school.
viral,
insane.
dude. All right, let's watch it.
All
Let's
right, you got to
actually
play
watch
it. You got to play it for your fans.
Let's really watch
Yeah,
it.
this shit's hilarious.
Oh, let me make sure it's working. I always fuck this up.
Oi, Damo, you cunt.
Can't
Give
see
us
it.
your lighter. Fuck off, man. I don't have one. Oi, what's your problem, mate? You a bit fucked in the head or something?
No, I just
You're
don't.
fucked, mate. Nah, you're fucked.
I just don't want to give you me lighter.
'Cause you always pocket me lighter, always steal on my fucking lighters, you... Can you, like, for 1 second not be a fuckwit? You... Don't you fucking... What's going up in there, mate? You got anything up there in your thick fucking skull? Shut up, mate. Except all those durries you're munching. You got nothing but fucking ciggy butts up there now. You got a ciggy butt brain. That's what they're gonna call you, mate. They're gonna call you ciggy butt brain. No, ciggy butt brain. What you doing, mate? You free, mate? Can you come over for a beer, mate? Can you come over on Thursday, mate? Siggy butt brain! That's what they're gonna call you, man. No, they're not. Because you're fucking scoffing away on those ciggies all day. All day, all night ciggies. If you want a lighter, why don't you just go to the servo and get one? Because you dopey cunt. I just spent all my Centrelink on Samantha's child support, didn't I? Well, that's got nothing to do with me. Can't believe it. Unfucking believable. After all the shit we've been through. So fucking typical of you though, eh? Fucking stingy cunt. Alright, here you go. Oh, cheers, mate. Stop whinging, will ya? You're alright, mate. I was only joking. Alright, no worries. Can I have my lighter back now, please? I don't know what you're talking about, mate. You're fucking here. Can you get the fuck away from me? Do I fucking know you? Do I fucking know you, cunt? Yeah, I don't fucking think so. I don't think I fucking know you, cunt. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, you always do this to me.
Right? That's what I know is a bogan.
Yeah, that's definitely a pilled out crackhead in West Virginia.
It is, yeah.
Actually.
What the fuck you talking about, mate? I don't know you.
Can I bub my ciggy?
Can I get my lighter back?
Dude, that's fucking amazing, bro.
Dude, I love that video. There's more of them too, and they're so fucking funny, man. Oh my god, they're so good.
One thing I've noticed with you boys, like with you Americans, I've noticed Aussie slang words are taking off in American culture. So I've noticed people like, Tyler Zed, like Zeducation and stuff. Talking like they're talking about smoking darts. Darts is an Aussie word for cigarettes as well.
Okay, I've never heard that.
Yeah, okay, right. Well, I've noticed, just a lot of American stuff. I watch a lot of Aussie words sort of creeping in. It seems to be a bit of a trend.
That's true.
Is this the original creator, Michael Cusack, or is this not the Australian guy?
What's that?
Is Michael Cusack the original creator? Or is this a re-upload?
Fuck. I think it might be a re-upload, man. I think it's... Look it up.
I'm just gonna play this. I'm gonna play the second episode here. Damo and Darren skateboard.
No, that's him. No, Mike. Yeah, that's him. That's not his real name, though.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, but it's not his real name.
This is the real channel from original, though.
Yes.
This
is
is so good, though. God damn, they're so good. Can I get my lighter back?
If you look up pictures of Dapto train station, or as we say, Dapto Traino, it's exactly like that. It's like exactly the same as they draw.
Dap or spell it? Yeah, go ahead.
Traino?
DAPTO.
DAPTO.
Yeah, train station. If you look it up, you get a picture of almost,
Okay, yeah, this is where they were hanging out. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's even a picture of them from the
okay.
from the cartoon.
Is there really a picture of them on the fucking Google page?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, there is.
That's awesome. That's fucking mad.
It says Dapto inspired YouTube video goes viral.
That video made that train station more famous than anything ever could have.
Yeah, here it is.
Dude, where I live in a coastal / rural area south of Sydney.
It's exactly right. Like they
built it. Yeah. So I live down in this, like, the mountains come really close to the coast, just south of Sydney, and there's this little like area called the Illawarra, and it's like suburban little mini cities. Like, it's really sweet. It's really, really nice. There's lakes and and beaches. It's some of the best beaches I've ever seen in the whole world, man. But Dapto is a fucking shithole. Dapto is like the Compton of the Illawarra. It's so fucking gnarly, man. It's
That's
fucked
funny.
up. Like,
Dude, I don't know how
it's all,
I never.
it's all just white bogan people, but it's so fucking gnarly.
I don't know how I never made that fucking relation before, but it's like the Australia Beavis and Butthead. Threads and Roses just nailed it, dude. It really is the
I think she
Australian
nailed it
Beavis
by
and Butthead.
comparing both of them, King of the Hill and Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, it's a very
Definitely
much
both
Beavis
has
and
that guy.
Butthead.
Definitely probably had some influence in Douglas shows, right?
It's so good.
If you
Oh
guys
my
want to
God.
see a good Aussie cartoon, you got to check out the Big Les Show.
The Big Les.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna look that up right
Big
now.
Les Show.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I need to make
No, you
sure.
got to drop in on season 3, the first 2. So it's a guy who made this animation in high school on Microsoft Paint. He made a fucking whole animation on Paint.
Oh no, never mind. I don't know this one. Never mind.
It's Aussie culture. It's Sasquatches. It's weed culture. It's trippy as, and it's really funny. And yeah,
What's
but
the
you got to
name
drop
one
in
more
on
time,
season
just so I
3.
have it.
Big Les Show.
The Big
LEZ.
Les Show. And if you watch it all the way through, it'll probably make you cry. It's actually really beautiful.
Hell yeah!
Oh,
I'm
shit.
gonna keep that over so I can remember it.
So the story is actually really awesome. In
Yeah,
depth.
yeah, it actually
It's
is.
deep.
Hell yeah, dude! Love shit like that.
Bro, you've been an amazing guest on the show. This is awesome.
Yeah, he's
We're
been fun
having-
as hell.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm
We're
home
having a great
alone. Thanks
time.
for keeping me company.
Yeah, dude.
Well, dude, we probably are gonna have to wind down. It's about 3 a.m. here.
Yeah, man.
But dude, seriously, man, we'll definitely be having you on in the future, bro. Like this was dope as
Yeah.
hell.
This has been fun.
Oh, thanks, boys. You guys are cool as shit. I'd love to come back.
Definitely, man. And yeah,
I
whenever
can't
you get
believe
the
I
wrestling
was-
thing going with that show, I want to, or whenever you actually get it finished, I'd love to do commentary.
Yeah, I was so
Oh, man,
surprised
that's awesome.
that you
It's,
found
yeah,
him
me
through
too.
FanCam, and then you're
It's
here
happening.
for this.
It's happening
That's so
June
cool.
3rd. June 3rd, and it's going to be coming that on video, and we'll get you to do some commentary, and hopefully I don't fucking die because I want to push it.
My return to
That's
commentary. Yeah,
amazing.
Dan, I'll have to show you this guy's videos. These guys were legit backyard wrestlers, like
Hell yeah.
crazy. Like
That's awesome.
Yeah, they were fucking dope.
Thank you, Steve. Thank
They're
you very
making a
much.
return though. But yeah,
We
dude,
style 15 years before it existed.
yeah, dude, like they're doing fucking like ROH style shit. Like it's crazy.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
we were.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show me that.
But yeah, dude, we will definitely have you back on, dude. Yeah, and stay in the Discord because I was going to do the Google Voice and I was like, wait, I can't do international, so
Oh yeah, yeah.
so that's perfect in the Discord though.
All right. Thanks so much for having me, man. Love you guys. Love your audience.
Definitely, dude. We'll have you back,
Yeah,
brother. Have a good
you
day,
were-
man, or good evening.
Dude, we
All right,
we
you
talk
too.
to you forever. Yeah, have a good night or evening. Yeah,
All right. Good night, boys.
Later,
Take
bro.
it easy.
later.
Oh yeah, yeah. Christian rules.
Such a good guest. Yeah, that was great. We've had some great call-ins tonight. Like,
Yeah, tonight was
fucking
banging.
dope, dude.
Tonight turned into a crazy show. Yeah, it started out as one thing, turned into a different type of show. Per usual
Nice.
on a Friday.
Love
That's
it.
actually exactly what happened. We get through the normal show, and then we kind of
Yeah.
just go into whatever the fuck happens. I'm
That's
probably
what Fri-
actually going to break the entire first of the show out and make it its own thing. I felt like it
Yeah.
flowed really well.
That's literally that's what Friday nights are about. Is just exploring and having a good night. You know, it's literally about listening to the community and talking about whatever they want to talk about, plus whatever we have planned. And it worked. That's exactly how it worked out tonight. We had the guest on. We talked about things that the community wanted to talk about.
Yeah, he was.
Was it two or three? We had three call-ins, right?
3 callers, I think. Yeah.
I like that. That's good.
Yeah,
That was fun.
Russ returned.
The
Christian
return of
made his
Russ.
debut. And we started out with one. Who was the first caller?
Yeah, who called in early?
I've already gotten too drunk.
I can't remember either.
Oh, the Richard.
Oh, yeah.
That was a badass call too. I told
It
him to
was.
contact me.
Lots of
Awesome.
interesting stuff tonight.
Dude,
Yeah.
we've had like 3 hours of calls.
Yep.
It's been a crazy night. Dude, everybody that's hung out the entire evening, thank you, because this got deep. 3 in the morning. We're still 60 people hanging out in here. Thank you guys so much. If you're hanging out in the background and you haven't hit like, what the fuck are you doing? You're a crazy person, but do it. Me and Dan do this fairly regularly. We're again trying to grow this thing, and it's morphing into exactly kind of what we want it to be.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, you guys keep it rocking and rolling, dudes.
It's all about having a good time. I love it. Like, so many people have hung out all night long with us. Like, I see the same names in chat over and over.
Started out with a crazy crew. Some people stayed all night. Again, I don't even expect you guys to stay on. We've been streaming
exactly
for like 4.5 hours. Like, we go hard on Friday night,
dude. Wow, yeah, 4.5 hours. Yeah,
tonight's been an epic one. I'm definitely going to be doing some work tomorrow, breaking this up. Yeah, I'm going to actually shut this thing off. I'm actually really tired.
I can see it. I can feel it from you. Hop in the Discord. If you guys aren't sleepy and you want to chat with each other, pop in Discord. That's the perfect place to do it, right?
I'm going to post that link real quick.
Like the other night,
we've had like 5 new people or 6 new people pop in there tonight.
The other night, you guys, Stevie had a stream and you guys weren't leaving the channel. You guys could have all moved the conversation to Discord, right? Make that shit happen. Discord is a great place to talk to each other.
Discord's awesome.
And it never ends. It doesn't have a stop time like the streams do. You could message each other all day long in there if you want to.
Sam, Pookie, Bitch Franklin, one of my favorite names, always say that. Threads, keeping it real. Threads is going to be getting with old Christian now. Christian's wife better look out. Jessica Christie,
dude, did you see
Magic,
how
Mountain Mama,
these ladies?
Jeez,
he did say he was married, ladies. So
he just got married. He just got married.
But yeah, the ladies were fucking. They were going wild when he first got on the phone.
Lord,
there,
I saw it.
They were going wild.
I saw it. I loved it. Yeah,
I get it too. I personally think the Australian accent is it's a handsome accent.
Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, honestly, we connected through wrestling, and then once we actually became actual friends on Facebook, our politics matched, and I was like, this guy fucking rules.
Yeah, when I heard that he found you through the wrestling channel and then came here, I was like, what? Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, he's actually been in a real, like, he's followed me here. Like, he's really cool. Like, he's an actual, but we're actual friends on Facebook. Like, I actually like him. Like, he's a good dude.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But again, we kind of matched with our politics in a weird way. Like, I saw what he was posting. I was like, you know what? Yes, I feel the same.
Then he also loves the crime, the mystery.
Yeah, he's got, and dude, it meshes so well. He's a great dude. He's a great guy. Thank you guys so much. Everybody's signing off here in the chat as well. Let's see. As of right now, the next live stream will for sure be Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Next Thursday, this is set in stone. Dan, don't let me forget. Next Thursday is going to be a members only live stream. I will mention this again. I'll make more posts, but I'm just going to say this right now to get it in stone. Next Thursday is going to be the April members only live stream. So if you're not a member, become a member. And
pretty much everybody is, so don't worry.
Pretty much everybody is. So we'll make sure that happens. And yeah, and again, that's just, just a little extra something for people that are donating basically to this channel so we can keep it rocking and rolling. Basically all of our content is free for use except for just that one. So we're excited to do that. And
we gotta give some kind of we gotta make it want to a perk. Yeah, thank you. Forgive me the word, but yeah, some kind of perk for actually becoming
given, well in advance notice for sure. And yeah, it's gonna be dope. But
we love you all.
I will say this: if any news is popping off this weekend, expect to see us on here. We will be saying what's going on.
Yeah, you never know. If some brand new breaking news pops out, Stevie at least will be on here. I may not be, but Stevie always pops on with breaking news. So
sure, you never know. Love you guys. Dan, I'm out.
Good night.
See, we shoot them up bang bang over here. We not scared of they motherfucking ass.